deals where you go happy Memorial Day because it's not a day that's meant to be happy, so to speak. I know we do have, people cook barbecue and they go out to the park and maybe enjoy a ball game. So you do things that are festive. But fact is, this is a day to honor those we have lost. So it's not a day meant for happiness. So, and that's why I was saying, I don't know how the day is addressed. Is it inappropriate to say Happy Memorial Day? Is that even a thing? Happy Easter or Happy Thanksgiving, but Memorial Day, a day that's meant to honor those who have been lost. I don't think happy is the proper word for that. But you guys can let me know. Like I said, I definitely do not want to offend on that from that angle because I'm going to admit ignorance on that. It's not appropriate in my opinion, says Alter. Yeah, I don't think it would be appropriate either. I don't think it'd be certainly certainly if we get folks who have lost loved ones fighting on behalf of this country, it would be more of a somber day. I mean, it would be more of a somber day. It certainly would not be something to view as a happy day. But you can do things which we often do that brings about happiness, such as getting together with your family, going over, maybe going across country, traveling to be with your family on a holiday, ball games, cookouts at the park and things like that. So we'll get into it. Anyway, I do want to talk to you folks about today's topics. And by the way, before we get into it, the one and only handsome conservative, I'm glad you were born now. I need new material for my Lefty Gone Wild channel. What is Lefties Gone Wild? You'd have to let me know what that means. Does that mean everybody has blue hair, a nose piercing, and they're hugging trees? Handsome conservative. What is Lefties Gone Wild? I know how you folks on the right view the crazies on the left, or what you refer to as the crazies on the left. Anyway, getting into the actual topics of the show. And this is going to be a typical show, so it's going to be controversial as always. But before we even get into that, I want to ask you folks, I'm going to play a couple clips of you. Obviously, when I was talking about Memorial Day and an ongoing war, that's going to dominate the first topic. And Trump is making more announcements on us, I suppose, getting close to a deal with Iran. Taking it with a grain of salt, though.
Deal with Iran is largely negotiated. The possible agreement comes after intense diplomatic talks involving U.S., Iranian, and regional leaders. Discussions are reportedly focused on a ceasefire and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. But Iranian officials are cautioning that no final deal has been reached yet, as questions remain about enforcement and sanctions. ABC's Ian.
Now, before I go, I'm not even going to play the opinion piece on that, but you heard her give President Trump's claims that we're getting close to a deal, and then you hear her follow up with Iran. The people of Iran always follows up with an exclaimer that what Trump is telling you guys is not exactly accurate, and it seems like that's what's happening here. In fact, I was watching a news report earlier today. I don't know if it's Rubio or whoever it is negotiating on our behalf with Iran, but apparently they've been told to ignore Trump's threats. Everything Trump says often comes with a threat. Here's a good example. Trump says the U.S. will start dropping bombs on Iran if no deal is reached. He makes while in the process of negotiating, he's constantly threatening Iran, which I don't know how that would work. I mean, look, if you truly want to negotiate in good faith, hold back on the threats for a minute. But this is what he's been doing. So apparently, like I said, I don't know if it's Rubio or whoever's negotiating on behalf of America with Iran, but apparently they've been told to ignore Trump's threats, that they're only being done. I forgot the term they use, but they're basically been done for propaganda in America to make him look a certain way in America, like a tough guy. So the people of Iran, the negotiating side of Iran, ignore that. That's not actually that's not necessarily holding any weight behind it. He's doing that to promote an image to his own country. And look, no matter what side you're getting things, left, right, mainstream media, right-wing media, it all can be possibly fake at times. But I kind of believe this one because Trump does make so many threats on the world stage, and you got to assume when the Iranians are negotiating with whoever we send over to represent, they're asking about this shit. Like, how are we supposed to negotiate with you when this guy is constantly threatening to kill us every 5 minutes? So it sounds like they've been told, don't worry about the threats. That's just kind of how he talks, which is exactly what a lot of folks in this country are often told. Pay attention to what he does, not exactly what he says. We've been told that since Trump came down the golden escalator, don't let his words get to you. So it is what it is. I started it on your last live with lefties tearing you down for not seeing things their way. Well, I appreciate that, handsome conservative. I do appreciate that. Casey Grandma really tore me down on the last live. But continuing on, here's what I seen this on News Nation and just wanted to clip it to run it by you folks. This is the alleged proposed. It's crooked because I just snapped it on screen as quick as I could get it. This is what's the proposed U.S.-Iran peace deal. 60 days ceasefire extension, so that's another 2 months. Strait of Hormuz is reopened and Iran is to clear the mines from the strait. Iran could easily add an addendum to that by just simply saying, you blew up all of our fucking ships. We'll agree to your deal, but you gotta clean the mines up. We'll tell you where there are. Would not surprise me if Iran could easily talk their way out of that by just simply saying, you're on TV saying that all our boats are at the bottom of the ocean, so we don't have the equipment to do what you're telling us to do, but we'll tell you where they're at, and you just make sure you lift them really gently to prevent you from losing a few fingers, if you know what I mean. Also in this last one, Iran commits to not having a nuclear weapon. Same song, different president. They've been doing that the whole damn time. So I don't know why that's still coming up. I mean, they've been committing not to have a nuclear weapon the whole time. They did that with Obama. And the other part of this same peace deal is the U.S. naval blockade on Iranian ports will be lifted, and some sanction waivers allowing Iran to sell oil. Now, this sounds like what we're proposing because Iran want cash to rebuild all the damage to their country from the U.S. And the Iranians have still stated they want to be able to tax ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. That's not in this. So I think there's still some light between these two. And the point I'm trying to make is you got to take it with a grain of salt because what our country is telling us, my opinion is based on optimism, not necessarily fact. Our country is telling, the Trump administration is telling us things that propels us as being superior, being in the high level position, and that things are going awesome. So take it with a grain of salt. I would highly suggest you get your media on this stuff from multiple different sources, preferably international if you can. Preferably international, because what you're getting from our media alone is not accurate, in my opinion. Also, I want to ask you folks this is a different topic. We're going to talk about this one. This one is somewhat controversial. You heard about the Voting Rights Act being rolled back. Here's something that's coming by way of a lot of folks from the Black community. And
the NAACP is calling on athletes and fans to boycott college teams in states that have moved to limit Black representation. Last month, the Supreme Court limited the Voting Rights Act, effectively preventing states from considering race when drawing congressional maps. Since then, Louisiana, Alabama, South Carolina, and Tennessee all moved to redraw their maps. Some experts tell ABC News redistricting could wipe out up to a third of Black lawmakers' seats in Congress. And now the NAACP is hoping to leverage the South's love of college sports to stop what it calls a sprint to erase Black political power.
And I do want to ask you folks, do you think that is something, and I got a lot of African-American viewers. I want to ask you folks, is that something you believe the African-American athletes should get behind? Should Black athletes get behind this call to start boycotting some of the schools down in the South in protest of this redistricting that undeniably will target the African-American vote. I don't think it's even up for debate. I know a lot of folks where they still get to vote and they're saying things where you shouldn't be in a redistrict because of color and things like that. But say whatever you want, the end result is going to be a lot less power behind the black vote. I don't think that's even deniable. And I'm asking that question, should the black athletes answer this call? I want to hear what this guy has to say real briefly before we move on to the last topic and start taking calls.
CP President and CEO Derek Johnson is here for more. Derek, thank you for coming on. Now, you say the NAACP will not watch the same institutions that depend on black athletic prowess to fill their stadiums and their bank accounts remain silent while their states strip black communities of their voice. What will it take for this boycott to make an impact?
Well, it is very important for parents and student athletes to understand their value, their power, and their voice. These states are now moving very quickly to implement policies.
Okay, so I won't play all of it, but this wasn't what I thought. But do you think it's advisable, and do you think it would work? So we'll talk about that. Last but not least, two other quick topics before we start taking calls and things like that. You heard that there was another shooting near the White House. Why does this keep happening? Why does it keep happening under President Trump so quick, so often? I want to hear from you folks on that. Is there some kind of, is there a reason why this is happening so much with this president? Is it coming from the left? What the hell is going on? And last but not least, I happened to be online and found a couple of disturbing images. Look, I've been asked a million times, every time I hold up the MAGA hat, what the hell does make America great again mean to you? I hear it all the time. I had an opinion that, prayer back in schools, two-parent households, the traditional values of the traditional values that we used to have in this country. However, I was online today and I came across some images, such as this one that's on the screen right now. It clearly says America first, one country, one flag, and it's surrounded by folks dressed in white with pointy hats. Is there any relevance to what they were talking about versus what we're dealing with now? Wow, I've never seen this. I've heard about it, but I have never seen an actual image. So they're dressed in white, they're wearing pointy hats, and every one of them is a Caucasian. Now, also, and that's not the only image I came across. Here is another. Once again, they're dressed in white, they're wearing pointy hats. There looks to be a cross fully emblazed in the background. Once again, it does say America first. And these are all women, by the way. These are all women holding these signs. One says America first, and the other one says America for whites. America for whites. This is the same image that's on the hat, that are on some hats. America first is a very common slogan from the Trump administration. Is there any connection to what they sought and what we're hearing from Trump and MAGA today? Because they're kind of using the same slogan. And I'd love to hear the separation or how we explain this. So anyhow, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. We'll take the first caller at 10,000. And it is Memorial Day. Hopefully you haven't lost anybody over the years fighting on behalf of this country. I mean, my dad was a Vietnam vet, but he did not perish in Vietnam. By the way, Agent Orange is part of that. We did settle with that, but different story, different conversation. Moving on with the program. So we're going to be talking about all of this, and I'll go straight to the comments. Certainly, black athletes, do they have any power to make any changes? What power do athletes have, says Handsome Conservative? Well, that's easy to point out. If, let's say, for instance, you're projected to be a Heisman Trophy winner. You're awesome. You play for Alabama. You're a great quarterback, et cetera, et cetera. If you threaten to leave Alabama, you threaten to weaken the quality of that team. They make a ton of money in NCAA sports. They make a ton of money. If the top athletes leave those programs, that's going to affect their bottom line substantially. point is, there are a lot of towns around America where the actual college and its athletics department is the bread and butter of the town. People come to the town to see those games. They get hotels, the restaurants swell up. I mean, even the Uber and Lyft drivers see extra money. The old towns, I want to say a lot of their income revolves around this. A lot of these colleges are in small towns that if they lost that athletics department, and I mean, think about how many people attend a college football game on Saturday. It could be as many as 80,000 people there. And if you're talking Clemson, Texas A&M, Alabama, those teams, they're charging premiums for all of those tickets. If that hurts, if that income drops substantially, not to mention all the bars and clubs in town, that makes a big difference. So they do have a significant amount of power. It's just like even in pro sports. When LeBron James went to Cleveland, he made a lot of money for Cleveland. Now LA is making its own money, but when some of these guys are moving around, same thing with Miami. He went down to Miami for a while. Miami was already a very wealthy town, but some of these towns, it makes a big difference. Like, let's take Green Bay Packers, for instance. Green Bay is not doing a whole lot on its own. That team makes a big difference in Green Bay. And that happens at the collegiate level. So looking in the comments here real quick, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. We'll take the first caller. Every Democratic president in history lowers the deficit, gives U.S. deflation, and makes the economy stronger. They're going to say Biden didn't do some of that, but the economy certainly was improving under President Biden. I guess that means, oh my effing God, you guys really are stupid. Bill Clinton left office with a $3 billion surplus. Yeah, Bill Clinton with Newt Gingrich, they balanced the budget. Yeah, in fact, financially, he was probably one of the best we've had in our lifetime, Bill Clinton. So if somebody's saying that Bill Clinton did not do that, that's kind of well-known information. In the comments here, athletes are idolized. People love their Roman Coliseum distractions. They love their teams like they love Trump. Weak-minded, tribalism, and cultism. Well, it ain't just that. It ain't just tribalism and cultism. A lot of, even folks who went to their alma mater, they like to see their school excelling. I mean, there's a whole lot of love for those teams. If all of a sudden big name athletes stop attending those schools, those schools will feel that. Keep in mind, the athletic programs of these schools not only brings a ton of butter and bread to the town, it also does it to the school. A lot of people are not going to see debates and going to see, women's volleyball and shit like that. A lot of times, those big programs where the black athletes are playing are helping funnel all of those lower programs, science exhibits and all of that shit that a lot of people are not attending as well. So they don't just fund the town, they fund a lot of other programs that just does not get anywhere near the attendance. Very few other things get 80,000 people showing up every weekend to watch you do it. So that would be huge. So they upset their customers for a political move. They probably have the power to run and hide. I don't get what you're saying there, a handsome conservative. You're saying that they upset their customers for a political move. They probably have the power to run and hide. Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of their customers are in favor of what the states down south are doing. So a lot of the black athletes are playing. Their customers are the fans that are attending the games you're talking about. Okay, but the fans that are attending the games are supporting the gerrymandering that they don't like. So, I mean, I get what you're saying. They upset their customers, but fact is, that's their own future. If they take away the voting power of African Americans, those same players are going to look. I'm Gen X, I'm mid 50s. It's going to affect them a lot more than me. Most of my life has already been lived. Those guys are in their late teens, early 20s. They're actually fighting for something that's going to benefit, that's going to affect them more than anyone else. So there's a reason why it's being mentioned. Let me go to the box, tap the screen, get us up to 10,000, help your boy out with the TikTok cap, hat, mustache, go if you will. In the comments, Donald Trump gave us COVID-19. Over 8,000 people died. Everyday hospitals had truckloads of dead bodies in front of them. Joe Biden stopped it and saved America and brought the economy back. Well, Trump does get credit for Operation Warp Speed. So if you're going to give Biden credit for curtailing the coronavirus, it was allegedly done by way of the vaccine. It was just Trump rolled it out really badly. Trump is a fool who follows the fool. He says Trump is a fool who follows the fool. He is told at hand what to think, how to deal with situations. He literally is that. Who the fuck wants that job? I don't think that's true. He might be told how to deal with situations, but I don't think he listens. I think Trump has shown us enough examples that he don't just let his advisors dictate how he should act. I don't think a lot of people around Trump advised him that getting in war with Iran was a good idea. I think that may have came from a whole nother country. We know Tulsi Gabbard didn't advise him to do it. James Harper, good evening. Welcome to the program.
What's going on?
Not much. Do you agree that with the NAACP that black athletes should boycott schools down south?
Yeah. You know how much money they make off of them?
Yeah, but is it possible it could hurt their careers going forward? Let's say, for instance, you want to be a let me hear it. Let me explain it. Let me explain it. Let's say, can you see what happened to Colin Kaepernick by getting involved with politics? So let's say, for instance, you do boycott Alabama or something like that, or Texas A&M or one of the schools down there. You make pro, but because of what you did when you were at the collegiate level, you got folks that have it in for you. So now some of the NFL purchasers don't want to attend your games, or maybe sponsors don't want to back you. Is it possible? Because it absolutely hurt Colin Kaepernick. It pretty much ended his career prematurely.
Okay, so with the portal now, it's easy for them to go ahead and just up and go to somewhere else. Like you see some of these these schools that weren't really like big time names, they became big time names since the portal came out.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can leave if you're a superstar player that Alabama or one of these schools down south is giving you a full ride. Yeah, you can go to Loyola or Purdue or somewhere else for certain up north. But what I'm saying is, what if the grudge against you is being held until you go pro, and all of a sudden, folks, once you go pro, start chastising you for what you did getting involved with politics, and it starts affecting your sponsorships.
Okay, you're saying that if one or two was to do that, but if you say a whole group of them was to do it, say like 10, 20 of the newest prospects is like, you know what, I'm not doing this, or some of the ones that's already in college right now decide, you know what, I'm going to a different team. You'll start seeing a lot of those sponsors like, hey, what are you doing? You messing with my money. Y'all need to fix this. Because a lot of those sponsors are political donors.
Yeah. I mean,
so like
go ahead.
Once they start seeing like, hey, this what you guys are doing is affecting my money. Okay, I'm going to stop donating to you unless you fix this.
How can they? I mean, it's just to some degree, the school. If the players boycott the school is in a situation they have no control. The school has nothing to do with Congress. They can't undo that. They didn't do it. So what is the school supposed to do?
Okay, what I'm saying is the donors to the school, the sponsors, those guys, the ones that make money off the school, along with like the higher ups and the alumni, they're political donors.
Okay.
Like when their money starts getting affected, guess who they're going to talk to? They're going to talk to these people that are causing this issue.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, do you think it's going to have any success though? Do you think that, I mean, obviously this is going to affect the midterms. I cannot imagine this is going to be turned around before the midterms, because you won't realize. Go say that again.
It's not going to be turned around. It's not going to be turned around before the midterms. But after the midterms, once they see like how these districts go, how the results of these districts go, And the fact that like if some of these people are gonna start doing that stuff, yeah, I guarantee you, a lot of these people are like, yo, hey, we gotta change this. Because we're not just talking like the Congress level, we're talking state and city level is going to be affected as well.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly will. I don't disagree with you. I mean, some of these towns, their entire bread and butter are coming from these teams. So if all of a sudden these teams become significantly weaker or people start boycotting the games, I mean, what's next? The band don't show up. You got, what is it, a drum line, Nick Cannon, all of a sudden they don't play. I mean, how far down does it go? Because it could start with some of the main players, but I assume if the main players boycott, you're probably going to see a lot of folks within the Black community that starts joining on with the bandwagon.
And it'll go the same way with entertainment and things like that. They'll be like, hey, I'm not going to be here if you're doing this because I don't want the money. Remember, we already seen this happen before around the civil rights era. Artists was like, hey, I'm not going to play down here until things change. And what ended up happening? Things started to change. Once they start realizing, oh, we're losing money hand over fist on all these other things.
Do we have a proper leadership? I mean, we obviously don't have an MLK in our community anymore. I mean, the days of Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton are long, but Jesse Jackson no longer even around. Do we have a leader in our community now that is capable of organizing something like this?
I wouldn't say leader, like a single leader, but we have like there's probably like a lot of local people that are going around that the younger kids are starting to follow and stuff like that. But the issue is getting the message out outside of social media, because you gotta admit, like you just said, like they're starting to buy up the mainstream media and things like that to block and censor this kind of message.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it is getting to that point where anybody that's really outspoken and anti-right, they're getting, I mean, the right is finding ways to go above and beyond. I mean, like you said, by their media outlet to silence them. That is starting to happen. But you think it will ultimately have some success? You think this will cause them to reverse this act? Marty Marr, thank you. You think it will have some success?
It will, but it won't be instant success. Remember, like nothing that's really fought for is it happens in an instant. It's gonna take a little.
They got to see the money being lost. In other words.
Right.
Yeah.
But another thing that you need to ask your precious MAGA is, hey, when you was reading them lessons and you were seeing like the shit that was happening back in the 50s and 60s, were you one of those people that's if I was there, I wouldn't be like that. I'd be like this.
Everybody says that. You rarely bump into anybody says if I lived in the 1800s, I would be trying to own slaves too. They all say if they lived in that era, they would do what was morally right. I mean, it's just like now in this era, when you look at Ashley Nicole Good and Alex Preddy and all that shit that ICE has done, and there's tons of comments, I stand with ICE and all. You're going to have people in future generations saying, I would not have wanted to be part of it. I mean, that's just what happened.
But they're complicit in it. They're absolutely complicit. In fact, they're cheering it on. Like,
yeah,
those same people that you said were despicable in them old civil rights movies, you're that exact same character. And we already know some of that because a lot of y'all, that's your ancestors that y'all want to like romanticize like how they grew up. Some of, they weren't like that. They were the righteous ones. No, they was right there chanting and screaming just like Jim Jones and all them.
Yeah, I don't know why. Listen. At the end of the day, I'm all for securing the border, and look, if somebody's here illegally, it has to be dealt with. We are a nation of laws, but I don't know why people cheer on watching folks being treated horribly, or seeing people in tears, and I don't get why people find that favorable. Look, if the police are enforcing the law, fine, enforce the law. But I don't cheer on somebody doing something stupid and getting their ass beat. I just don't see the purpose of cheering on somebody dealing with something that's miserable.
They like to try and say like, hey, I'm suffering and like someone has to be suffering more. Remember, every time they look at it, what's the first thing they say? Well, if I gotta do this, you gotta do it too. And it's like, how is that even possible?
So more of just simply seeking revenge of sorts.
Of sorts, because remember, these are the same people that says like they don't see like the importance of these social programs until they got to do it, and then they'll be the same ones complaining, well, because of these welfare queens and things like that, when I needed the program, all I was able to get was like $100. You're the one that decided to chop it down to that much.
Yeah, I don't know why, and that is true. You always have the person who is barely making it blaming his problems on the person that's even lower than him. Like I always was taught, you punch up, you don't punch down. I mean, just like when it comes to the minimum wage and stuff. Well, I'm only making $14 an hour. Why should the burger flipper make the same as I am? What about the dude that's making 100 times what you're making? It seems like that would be the guy you would focus on. You're struggling, and you don't believe the guy that's trying to get to your level where you're struggling. Your argument is against him catching up. Like, what about the guy that's sitting there on the golf course making more money? It makes no sense to me. But before we continue on, Hanson Conservative says their future is what's in jeopardy. He says they only have until people get tired of them. Know where your bread is buttered. So he's saying with the athletes, it's almost like an hourglass. Until they only have lucrative production until people get tired of them. Similar to Colin Kaepernick. He's making it sound more like a Colin Kaepernick setup.
So basically he said kiss the ring and don't try to get better for yourself.
Well, not necessarily kiss the ring. He's saying that if you play sports, stay in your lane. You're not running for office. Get out of politics. Athletes should play sports. Politicians should stick to politics. That's what he's saying.
If that's the case, people like Jason Dart need to shut the fuck up then, huh? Because when he just out there opening for President Trump,
yeah.
What about those MMA fighters that's out there with the MAGA hats and dance around like Trump? Should we tell them to shut the fuck up too?
Well, you don't listen. Do as I say, not as I do, James. Come on now, you know how this works.
That's exactly how your beloved MAGA is. Like they want everybody to follow some kind of rule until that rule is something that they don't like. But all of a sudden, no, that rule don't apply to me.
Yeah, I mean, no, and I see in the comments somebody put make Kamala Harris sober again. All right, fair enough. I want to move on to this other topic because I don't have a lot more time with you, but I brought this up earlier when we were in the monologue. There seemed to be no shortage of pictures online of folks like this on my screen holding up signs that say America first. Now we know that is a slogan commonly associated with the Trump administration. And yet here these people are I don't know, probably 60, 70 years ago with the same slogan. Do you believe there's any connection? Because when you ask the Trump side of the aisle, when you ask MAGA what America first mean, they don't normally talk about this kind of stuff. And thank you for the TikTok cap there, whoever just sent that.
What they try to do is they try to use the romanticize the telling of how America was back. And remember, like, everybody was poor and they picked themselves by the bootstrap and brought their economy back. But they don't tell you at the same time all that was going on, they were treating people of color like pieces of shit.
But
because remember, these people were all prevalent around that time. They was beaten and unaliving anybody that wasn't this image. And every time you got somebody out there talking about we're going to do this, and this for those people, they're like, no, you need to be focused on us Americans first. They didn't even consider us citizens.
Because I think it's interesting you would mention that because Paul Sauce in the not Paul Sauce, who said that? Yeah, it was Paul. Paul in the comments says, I unapologetically support Trump and the America First agenda. And somebody else said, he continued on by saying, America is for Americans first. No love for people who live in America and always are hating on it. How do you view that? I mean, people who live in America and are always hating on the country. What do you think the poster is referencing? What do you think the commenter is referencing?
Okay, the commenter is saying this, but every time when Obama was in, they were complaining. When Biden was in, they were complaining.
Yeah.
Like they were complaining everything that the America was going through. So his own logic contradicts itself.
Explain that. Okay, so you're saying, go ahead.
Because what he's saying is, you guys are going against America because you're not following like what the government's doing. Okay, when the Democrat was in, they did nothing but complain. Even though evidence shows that when they weren't in charge, the country was going in a better direction. Every time a Republican comes in charge, what they try to do, They try to bring America back to what it was back in that time. And every time they do that, America fails because the world is moving forward. They're the only ones trying to move back.
Well, maybe they think during that time America was better. Maybe it was better for certain people. Maybe they can.
That's exactly what it was. It was better for certain people. I guarantee you, their family was not one of them certain people. They just think they were.
Well,
because if you look at a lot of these MAGA folks, they act like they in the top 1% talking about some. Oh yeah, we should get these tax breaks and things like that, and they keep cutting these programs that they don't even realize that they're benefiting from.
Is it possible that the Trump administration or Trump and MAGA in general, because you're not the only one that believes that MAGA has some sort of connection to the folks that are on my screen. Is there any way that they can cut this perceived tie to white supremacy and all this? I mean, how do they get loose from that? Because people do believe that they're connected to this stuff, or they have the same mindset.
For them to get broken away from that, not only would the main MAGA base have to go after them and say we do not want y'all part of this, but their leadership has to go out and say, hey, these people ain't with us. But it's not going to happen. In fact, the people that talk about something that unapologetically supporting Trump, that's the same man that told you point blank to your face, I don't care what you got going on. I'm not thinking about your financial situation, not one bit. Now, if Biden was to say something like that, what you think would have happened?
Yeah, I don't know what would make a president or any politician tell his voters, I don't care about what you're dealing with financially. I mean, just the wording that was really bad.
One job. That's his number one job, is to make sure that the country prospers. But you're telling me that you don't care about what's going on with your citizens?
Yeah. I can't make that make sense. I mean, I'm assuming I had to get some MAGA on here to, maybe we're taking it out of context, if you know what I mean. But I'd have to get some MAGA on here because
How do we take it out of context? It was a literal question. President Trump, what do you feel about normal Americans' financial situation? I ain't thinking about that shit, not one bit.
There's got to be a way MAGA Reacts could clear it up. I'm sure this is a job. I need the Batman light to shine in the sky that says MAGA Reacts. MAGA Reacts can clear this up instantly. So.
Yeah, right. Like he cleaned up all that other stuff. Oh, Trump is trying to lower gas prices, but he's the same person that was like, "Hey, shit's getting too cheap. Stop producing."
That's our president, James. I gotta move it on, but that is our president, and I'm concerned if what you're saying is true, that America First, as pictured back in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, has a connection to what they're doing now. That is concerning. I want you to really be wrong on that.
I wish I was wrong on that too, but what we saying right now, I am definitely not wrong. Like it's right there in our face. But hey, Tim, after you bring me up, you got MAGA Reacts and you got Stick in the lab. Go ahead and bring both of them up.
All right, fair enough. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate it. And by the way, folks, help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap. Go tap the screen, get us up to 20,000 if you will. I see who said that? That's your president, says K Point. No, it's our. It's our. When we say Trump is our president. If you were to tell somebody, if somebody overseas asks you, who's currently the president in your country right now? President Trump. Who is currently your president right now? The guy with the red hat. Kind of like the Curious George. Remember the old Curious George books, the man in the yellow hat? The man with the red hat. That is your president. Now, Trump doesn't go around with a monkey. I know where that could go. Anyway, the man with the red hat, we'll just say that. Now he's central casting. Looking in the comments, tap the screen, get the likes on up. Okay, 2020 deniers. What are you guys talking about in here? Stop clearing up demented Don. I'm not thinking about your financial situation. Cost of living is a hoax. I don't care about you, just your vote. Yeah, that is some of the Trump's quotes. Why, like I said, why a presidential candidate or even the president himself would say that is baffling, but those are actual quotes. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes up, 20,000, take the next call. If you're watching us on YouTube, smash that like button. It is indeed Memorial Day, not prefaced by the word happy because it's not a day for celebration, but it is that day where we honor those who have been lost in defense of this country. Love the cruise. Thank you. Beautiful. Appreciate that. So tap the screen, get the likes up, and yeah, help your boy out with the hat mustache, TikTok cap goals like Love to Cruz just did. I appreciate that. Love to Cruz. Because his president doesn't mean I have to support him. No, you don't have to support him, but you have to acknowledge him. He is the president of the country. Isn't that right, Love to Cruz? He is our commander-in-chief, right?
I don't even want to talk about that.
Why not? Why would you not want to talk about the leader of this great nation?
Because, look here, is he the president?
Yes.
He's the president of some people. Yes. He even said that himself. So, yeah, he's not my president because he hates Democrats. So he's the president of the Republicans.
Well, he's not a big fan of those who lean left. I get that. But he is the president of those who lean left.
Yeah, he's technically, if you want to get technical with it, yeah, he's the president of the United States. Is he the president of the people? No.
I mean, you might be able to argue maybe some of the things he is doing is not in the best interest of all people in the country, but all presidents are guilty of that, right?
No. Like you say, you want to make America great again. And ever since he's been in office, that's what he's been trying to do. And it coincides with that picture you had with the white people, the white hats with the pony, the
So you do believe the America First statement coincides with these folks on my screen. By the way, they're dressed in white. They're wearing pointy hats, as you pointed out. In fact, there's a full-blown cross that's emblazoned in the background. And you're saying America First that you're hearing from the Trump administration has the same mindset of these people decades ago.
Absolutely.
Explain the correlation.
Okay, wait. Hold it. When he got in office, first thing they did was put Doge together. Now, who did Doge affect the most?
It was meant to affect those who were committing. I'm answering it. I'm answering it. It was meant to affect those who were committing acts of.
The witness is hostile.
I didn't answer the question. I'll give you time, but it was meant to address those who were committing acts of waste, fraud, and abuse. Your
who
turn.
did that end up being?
A bunch of African Americans that were wasteful, fraudulent, and abusive, I guess.
Okay, now the immigration. What was the portion of people that got kicked out the country?
I mean, what do you say, Hispanics?
Hispanics, brown people, black people.
Don't they represent the large majority of the people that are in the country illegally?
No, the majority of them, the thing he was saying was he was going to get all the people that were criminals to the United States. That's what he said. But he ended up getting rid of just everybody.
Yeah, I agree, but let's be clear. If he truly did honor his campaign promise to just simply deport illegal immigrants that were rapists and murderers, you would still acknowledge that's probably going to mostly be brown and black people, right?
But that just goes back to my original question about going back to that picture you showed. First you get rid of the jobs, now you get rid of immigrants, and he's continuing. Everything he does is geared toward black people. He gets rid of them. Now they got the voting. We get rid of the voting so that they can't vote, or if they do vote, it's not going to really carry any weight. And it's a gradual progression to get rid of and get back to that times there where our word really doesn't count at all.
And Handsome Conservative in the comments says, yes, bring up more lefties. Handsome Conservative, you can be next. We would certainly like to hear from some right, particularly MAGA. So,
wait a minute, what did I say? What did I say that was wrong?
Well, I don't know, but he says, yes, just like that. Keep talking that lefty nonsense. So he thinks what you're saying is left-wing nonsense.
Look here, conservative. Go talk to your motherfucking brother. Okay, stay off of this and go talk to your brother. Okay,
That's the only thing you do is just talk to him.
Well, here's the one he's pointing out. He may be accurate on this one. You suggesting that Trump is not your president. Is that not left-wing nonsense?
Who said they hate all Democrats?
That's right-wing nonsense.
No, that's Trump said that.
Yeah.
He said that. Now, why would I want to be involved to have a president who said he hates me?
I
You
mean,
can say, I don't know, have some conservative, if somebody hates you and you're going to, kiss their ass? Is that what you expect us to do? And he tells you that he hates us?
yeah, I guess you make a good point that a president should never say, I hate all Democrats or I hate all Republicans. He probably should not have said that. So I kind of get where you're coming from.
No, if he did, if that's the way you feel, fine. But you don't say that in public.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's been other presidents who maybe not found, not particularly happy with blacks. But he said it out front. Where there is no gray line, there is no, I think, this is what he said.
Yeah. Yeah, and I see in the comments in response to this, Big Mama says, Trump is the president. I didn't vote for him. Doesn't make him mine. Isn't that what y'all said with Biden? Well, like I said, if the man literally has stated, and he has said, I hate Democrats, I hate all Democrats, you at that point, you can't complain about the Democrats saying, well, he's not my president, and some of these other crazy slogans. I mean, the president of the United States saying he hates all Democrats, that's pretty harsh. I mean, there's got to be a better way to word that. He should not have said that. If you're defending him saying that, but you're criticizing Democrats saying he's not their president, then you're kind of biased on the issue.
Well, guess what? If you defend a man, if you said you hate me, and somebody defends you for saying that, they hate me too.
Well, I don't have a defense. Listen, I can often find ways to get Trump credit when he deserves credit, but I don't have any defense for a president saying I hate all Democrats. There's no way to make that sound good. That should not have came out of his mouth. That's the best way I can put it.
Now, the other thing you said about the NAACP.
You mean the black athletes?
Black student athlete, right?
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Ooh, explain why.
There's no way that an 18 to 22-year-old should be leading our fight. If you want to talk to athletes, you go to the professionals, you go to the entertainers, you go to the rappers. Let them start the wave. The rest of the community should follow. And then at that point, if the students want to join in, fine. But we're asking 18-year-olds to lead the way. And that just, I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, to some degree, I'll tell you this. It's Love to Cruise. It's their fight. If there really is going to be somebody affected by rolling back the Voting Rights Act in the minority community, that group of people are going to be affected by it most because they're just starting their adult life. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm Gen X. Most of my adult life is over with. Hell, I'll be gone in 20 years probably. But they're just starting. So they're going to be, from the day they start voting, put in a position where their voting power is significantly weaker than mine was at their age. So it really is their fight. You're saying not leading the charge. This is going to affect you more than anybody else.
I'm a father of four. Unfortunately, they're all out of school and everything, so that's fine. But at any time, they're still my babies.
Okay.
And at any point that something is disturbing them, guess what? I'm leading the way, and you can follow me. But dad is going to always.
Yeah, but you don't have the power of an athlete.
And wait a minute, hold it. And for the same reason you just said, I'm with you. Well, matter of fact, I'm a baby boomer. I have more days behind me than I do in front of me. So I'm the one that should be taking the bullets, not you. Let me get the results. Let me do what I have to do.
But you don't have the same weapon. You don't have the same weapon, though. I mean, you might want to do the heroic thing and take the brunt of the storm as opposed to your children. but they have a much more powerful weapon than you do. I mean, those.
No,
Go ahead.
I disagree. I believe the professional athlete has a more powerful weapon than any of us. First of all, just say basketball and football, with the realignment that's going on, they decided not to start their seasons this year. What do you think that'd do?
It would hurt.
And you're asking college students who are working for a nonprofit organization instead of asking a professional who has a billionaire.
What do you mean nonprofit? What do you mean nonprofit?
Colleges. I mean, what are they making? I mean, I misspoke there, but I'm saying they're not. They're not. They don't have They do have billionaires who are contribute to their what they call them.
Your alma mater?
They contribute. Yeah.
I
But the professionals, just say, well, I like the Cleveland Browns and the Cavaliers. Say they decided, okay, we're not starting the season at all until you go get the president's ear and tell them about this voting thing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not going to play. Who do you think is going to be more hurt? This billionaire owner who has this billionaire stadium and there's nothing going on, TV revenues are not making no money or nothing, or the college student?
I think I got to disagree with you, Cruz. I think the college student has more power because most professional teams are in big cities that have a lot of other industrial things going on, like Chicago. If the Bulls decided not to play, there's tons of money still being made in Chicago. I don't think anybody on the Bulls could do that kind of damage to Chicago. That not playing for a college team, because in the college towns, that's the whole bread and butter of the town. The professional teams are not like that. They do provide a ton of money, but I think the big cities could survive without the professional teams. Some of these college towns, it would be like taking a major industry out of the town. I think it would be more damaging at the collegiate level.
This is what I'm saying, Townie. I'm not saying that the students shouldn't join in if that's what they think and that's what you believe. But like I said at the beginning, I think the pros should lead the way, followed by the community.
They might.
By the community itself. And then maybe the students come into it.
But which one is there more of? If you're going to attack the cities or maybe at the areas that's doing this, down south, I mean, like Alabama doesn't have a pro team. I mean, so I think it's not enough of them down. I mean, you don't want somebody in LA not playing because they're protesting what happened in Alabama. They ain't got nothing to do with it there. But the people in the states where you can do damage, I think it's more colleges there than it is professional teams. A lot of those Bible Belt states, I mean, who plays in, North Carolina, South Carolina? I guess they got the NBA team in North Carolina. I mean, there's not a lot of professional teams in some of those areas.
They got the Panthers in North Carolina also. Carolina Panthers, okay? I'm just saying you're putting a lot on an 18 to 22-year-old who could, in the long run, be blackballed. A professional, they're not going to blackball him. He's already established.
Colin Kaepernick got blackballed.
Well, Kaepernick, and I didn't disagree with that because Tim Tebow used to kneel down and everything the same way. Even though it might have been for a different reason, he was still kneeling down. But I'm saying as a professional, you have more ears, and yourself as a professional player, you have more influence than a student.
I don't know. I think we're torn on that because I think the college player has a lot more influence than you're giving them credit for. Simply put, they are affecting a town that is. I think the towns that the college players play in are more dependent on them than the big cities that the professionals play in. I think you could. Whole states, you could just, like, if Alabama gets hurt, that whole state is going to feel the effect of that. Does Alabama have any professional teams in the whole state at all?
No, okay, you mentioned Alabama.
Mississippi?
Okay, what about, say, even Ohio here? We got two national teams. Florida has, Miami, Tampa Bay. I think they got Miami, Tampa Bay. They got another one. My mind is not. I know they got another one.
Yeah.
That's 3 of them. There's 3 teams.
I mean, there's some states where maybe at the professional level, what you're saying is right. And there's some states that at the collegiate level, maybe what I'm saying is right. Maybe it had to be a 1-2 punch. But I don't think you can leave out the collegiate level. I think you got to get them too, because there's some states that will not be affected at all by a professional team boycott.
Okay, so Alabama doesn't go. I say the students did. What Alabama doesn't go does not have the same impact as you say my Browns. It does not have the same impact.
I don't. You think if the Browns boycotted Cleveland, it would do as much damage to Cleveland? If Alabama boycotted in that state, I think Alabama would be far more damaging to Alabama than the Cleveland Browns would, because first of all, the Cleveland Browns is not necessarily even a winning team like that. I don't think the Cleveland Browns would damage Ohio like Alabama would.
Okay, but when the Browns play another team, that's 2 teams being affected. There's 2 teams. That isn't. I'm just using them as an example. That's 2 teams being affected. The team that you want to use a better team, we use your punk ass Chicago Bears.
All right.
Okay. The Bears, saying the Bears are playing. You talk about small towns. The Bears are playing Green Bay.
Okay.
Okay, and it's a boycott. What do you think that's going to do?
I mean, but see, the difference is it would be harmful. It would be harmful. But the difference is, I think at the NFL level, at the professional level, some games yes, some games not. I think at the collegiate level, it will be every game.
Man, we're just not talking about football, just basketball, baseball, all these sports decided to just boycott, to take a stand on it. That's a lot of money lost, man.
I don't disagree, but it's a lot of money lost at the collegiate level too. I think you're overlooking it. I gotta move it on, but I really think I understand your point about putting it on the shoulders of young men and women, but the only reason why I'm pushing back is because it is their fight. I mean,
it may be their fight. Wait a minute, it may be their fight. How many times have you fought for your kids and it's their fight?
Then join them. Don't tell them to sit at home. Join them.
I'm saying we're supposed to lead the way. I'm not saying to not fight at all. I'm saying let the other people lead the way and let the kids come in.
Well, you could lead the way by standing outside the stadium holding up signs and shit while they're.
Yeah, you lead the way the same way Disney gave up with Jimmy Kimmel. It's all about that money.
You're telling the kids, what should the kids do? You're basically telling the kids, let you lead the way, and they just continue living as normal.
No, I'm saying, you said earlier we don't have a leader. And we don't. As a black community, we don't have a leader. So if the professional football players and everything decide to go this route, let us show you how to do it. You follow us, not we follow you.
I don't know. We send kids off to war. I don't see why they can't protest. Love the Cruz. I do got to move it on. Last word.
Yes, you're right. We send kids off to war, but guess what? They got sergeants turning them and showing them how to be a soldier.
All right, then. You, like I said, you get out there and organize and tell them what to do, but they need to participate.
Well, damn, Tim, that's what I've been saying. What the
By
fuck?
not playing for the fucking team.
I said let them follow suit, but they shouldn't be the one leading.
Okay. Call it what you want. I'll leave it at that. Love the Cruz.
All right.
Thank you. We went full circle. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 30,000. Some people don't agree with it because I seen in the comments when he said he disagreed with it. Some folks were saying I agree it shouldn't be done. Why must the black community have to have a leader? Says Black King. It's more effective that way. I just think, I mean, you kind of need a chief instead of a whole bunch of Indians. I mean, otherwise you start getting, look, if you don't have a leader, you get broken apart like the Native Americans did in this country, where each tribe can be pitted against each other. You find certain people that'll work with the opposition before you know it, they're working against I mean, you literally had some tribes helping the colonizers against other tribes. because they were not unified. You need a leader. Otherwise, shit like that can happen. So I do believe you need a leader because, look, money talks, influence has power. And if everybody's not working together, then what you do is you become you're only as strong as your weakest link, I think is a statement. But yeah, you just find one group that's protesting, that whoever is running that group is, this person can be bought off. And before you know it, they're now out there speaking against their own groups. They're out speaking against the protesters. You need a leader. I really think you need a leader. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 30,000. We'll take the next caller momentarily. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Like JFK said, that's not what your country can do for you. But yeah, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. That is true. Democrat equals government overreach. Republicans equal freedom. And you really don't believe that now, do you, Gen X militia? The Democrats equal government overreach. Didn't Trump just say he wanted to nationalize the election and Republicans are in control? You try to tell me Democrats are for government overreach with him saying something like that? Trump is doing all kinds of stuff right now that goes against the traditional mantra of the Republican Party. So right now is not the time to indicate that Democrats are for big government. If you don't see the big government in Trump, literally everything he's done almost has come by way of executive order. None of that stuff. I mean, small government is irrelevant in Trump's in the era of Trump. So I think you're kind of getting that one wrong to indicate that Democrats are for big government and government overreach in that the Republicans you might be kind of right about Republicans, what they try to aim for, but Trump, what he is doing is not traditional conservative thinking. He's not a traditional Republican. So right now, your statement is not appropriate. It's not accurate, rather. It's all about the dollar, Tim. I agree with that. In the comments, are we at 30,000? Yeah, we'll move on to the next caller. We'll make it happen with Mike the Boss. Good evening, Mike. Exactly. How the hell is getting away with all of those? Yeah, Trump is governing by executive order. Like most, I don't know what percentage of policy, because everybody says I like Trump because of his policies. Almost all of Trump's policies are executive orders. Like almost all of them are. You haven't heard Congress really passing much. I think they passed the Lincoln-Riley Act, maybe tried to get men out of women's sports or some shit like that. But almost everything that has come by way has come, the big beautiful bill is another one. Most of the stuff that has come by way of this administration has come from Trump, though. Mike, the Boss, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Happy Memorial Day, Tim. What's going on?
Is happy appropriate? I said that at the beginning of the live. Memorial Day is to honor the dead. Is it appropriate to say Happy Memorial Day?
Well, it's not. It's to honor their sacrifice, and we should be celebrating their sacrifice in a way to remember them for what they sacrificed for us. Okay. And that's not a sad thing. So, I tend to I try to celebrate my uncles and dad and people in my life that sacrificed, and I don't celebrate it in a sad way and talk about how fucked up it was.
Yeah.
I talk about what they did, but yeah.
Fair.
Other than that, so what's the direct topic today, Tim? I got a couple of topics myself.
Well, before we get into what I got, what do you have? I'm curious. You're the first guest that's ever said that.
What, did I got topics?
You said I got a couple myself. I want to hear them. Let's hear them.
Yeah. I got a couple. I got one I want to start with right here, if you don't mind.
And it's not going to be like you do know Stick the Ruler sent me Did you see the video he sent me?
Listen, yes, but first of all, I've seen it all. I've seen it all. But you know me, Tim. I go do I do my research.
Uh-huh.
So I go get receipts on receipts. But I'll get to that because I know Stick wanted to have the conversation. And I think it should be a conversation to be had. And so I was talking to Stick earlier. What none of y'all know was I was on a live yesterday and I crashed out on this very topic. So I'm going to get to that in a second. It wasn't this person, but it was what we're talking about. Where we are in this country right now, we're still waiting for 3 million more files to be released, right? On the files, right?
Yeah. Well, Trump claims they're duplicates.
I know what he claims.
Yeah.
And I've talked to you about this behavior ad nauseum on app and off app, yes?
Yes, you have. And Gen X Militia, appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Very generous of you. Yeah, we have talked about it. Thank you, Gen X Militia. Militia. Okay, go ahead.
And I've always said, certain behavior we have to pay attention to. Where you grew up, where I grew up, there was two things that you couldn't go around being called. Can you tell me what those two things are, Tim?
Two things. Wait. Say that. It was two things. Repeat that. I was reading it coming.
When you were growing up in my neighborhood, your neighborhood, most black neighborhoods, I can't speak for white neighborhoods when it comes to the topic I'm about to bring up, but there was two things you couldn't be called in our neighborhoods growing up. One was a snitch, and the other one was a P3DO, right? And you don't play with those topics, right?
Yeah, that is true.
You don't play with it.
That is true.
You don't say somebody's done it unless you have paperwork.
That is true.
Where I come from, they had to show paperwork. There are people on this app that we encounter all the time that got P3DO.
Oh my God! Are you going to the Duke of Oil?
I didn't bring up nobody's
Oh, Duke of. That's a song. It's just a song I'm singing. That's all.
Yes, it's a song.
Oh my God! Oh no! Go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm gonna cut my time short if you can give my other time to stick, because it's a conversation you guys need to have. That's not on me. But I wanted to talk to you about this part of it. We cannot. That's why this country's in the position we're in today. We're in this position because we allow behavior that was once considered unthinkable, reprehensible, and completely off the radar in our own communities to permeate all the way to the White House. And now we have a president that exudes the worst of all communities, particularly ours, and he's being glorified by a subset of the American population, and they don't care.
I'm going to get a lot of my beloved MAGA that's going to disagree with you. Say he exudes the worst of the community, particularly ours. I need you to elaborate on what you're talking about, because MAGA is going to overwhelmingly disagree with you.
Well, and listen, I told you before, and I'll say it again. I don't give a fuck that they disagree with me. Facts are facts. You can listen. You don't have to like me, but the facts won't change. Donald Trump has been accused of so many allegations, and they stand next to him in solidarity as if those things don't exist. And what happens when you don't use critical thinking and common sense? You overlook things that are right in your face.
Well, the belief is that the mainstream media just has it in for Trump, and you can't believe any damn thing they say in terms of criticizing him, because, once you believe that they are after him, their credibility is shot. So that's why you get such resistance.
That's true. But we've also had people that have said, short of them seeing video of Trump, they're going to believe him, right?
Yeah.
You've heard that. I've heard it. We've heard it. But that's Trump.
Even the video would probably be AI.
They say AI. Right?
Yeah, it's hard. Look, there are some folks out there. I'm not going to deny this. There are some folks out there that just, if you say anything that is not pro-Trump, you're going to hit a brick wall. I don't care if his mom was still alive and she said something that was negative about him. They wouldn't believe her. Some folks just. Trump said this some years back, and he was accurate. He said, "People do not like to hear bad stuff about me."
I know, and because of that, everyone else is taking that cue, and they don't talk about things that we should be talking about. Do you know who Stephen Swain is?
Yes, the guy who was banging his dog.
Maybe the people in here didn't hear what you said.
The guy who was fucking his dog. He's an attorney down in Houston. Is it Houston?
He's an attorney general out of Houston.
Yeah.
And his dog's name was Shipley. His dog's name is Shipley. I don't know if y'all have seen this or heard about this, but Mr. Stephen Swain was charged with bestiality 2 days ago.
His wife reported him.
His wife caught it on camera because they were having construction work done on their home. So she put a camera up in her home to protect, just to look and see what was going on while they were doing the construction. And she caught her husband on tape with the family dog.
She must got some bad pussy. I don't know. But oh my God. That's horrible, dude. That's horrible.
I'm going to tell you this. I don't think it exists that bad to where.
I don't either.
I'm just saying. So I'm just saying, Tim. So listen. All I'm saying is this. Because there's a couple things. This whole peace agreement with Iran and how the GOP is starting to be like, what the fuck are we doing? Right? Like this current deal, if they sign, will be worse than the deal we were in to begin with. That's coming from the GOP, not coming from me.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, and I see in the comment before I read this, tell you this, Hands of Conservative said, just a suggestion, maybe she should wash it. It must be bad. But no, you're right, because the three promises were, Iran cannot develop a nuclear weapon, we need regime change, and we need to have say-so in who they put in. And the last one, they're killing 60,000 protesters a day, and that needs to stop. It don't seem like we're going to successfully get any of that. They'll promise not to develop a nuclear weapon, which is kind of where we were before this began. But you're not going to save any protesters, and it doesn't look like you're going to get any regime change. So, I mean, are we going to lose this?
Yeah, well, I told you we were going to lose this, Tim. I told you there was no. I've been telling you. Listen, this is what I want you to do. Don't look up nothing. Just call me. I give you all the information. And I told your ass this when it started. And now they're talking about giving them 25 billion. Giving them 25 billion with a B.
So instead of Obama allegedly sending them piles of cash, which was their own money being released from sanctions, but instead of Obama giving them piles of cash in the form of their own money, Trump is now going to end up giving them our money.
Yes.
I really, but you're right. The GOP is not going to agree with this. So what happens if Trump makes this deal because the GOP is speaking out. They obviously don't like the $1.776 billion deal that's going to potentially fund, J6ers. So are the GOP getting to the point now where they're starting to speak out?
I think yes, I do. It's sad that it had to come to this. They had multiple times to speak out and protect the entire country from this shit, but they didn't. And so we're here. But now they're speaking out because, listen, every day that passes by, more of their constituents are reaching out, telling them how much they're suffering.
To me, President Trump, I've said this before, President Trump has a lot in common with Suge Knight. Like, you look at Suge Knight, you could have had the whole West Coast working for you. All of that music, all of that, making you a killer if you had just treated people a little bit better instead of being so fucking greedy and so draconian on people. Same thing with Trump. He could have pushed the envelope quite a bit, made a ton of money from his family, but he just went a little bit too far. I mean, there's a little bit. I mean, because let's go back 6 months. The Republican Party was still down with Trump, and we thought he was pushing the envelope then, but they were still heavily down with him, and he pushed it even more from that point. So he has a lot in common with a Suge Knight type person, where you might end up looking back and saying, what is the song? Didn't we almost have it all? It almost looks like that.
Well, I'll say this. We were going to end up here no matter what, because I told you from the beginning, the plan was never for the American people at large.
We could have moved slower. Even if you want to believe his plan was not for every American, if he had tried to implement, let's say Project 2025, but slower, much slower. He's trying to do all this shit in the span of a couple of years. I mean,
because he has to.
Why?
Tim, I'm gonna tell you why. Because think about this. Think about it. We don't even talk about the tariffs anymore. They have to move fast because every part of this is so egregious. You can't really get it done in a digestible way in 4 years. You just have to just plug your nose and say, just ram it down their throat, because they're not going to take it in small doses.
I don't know. I think what Doge, if he had just did, let's say Doge, getting rid of all of the federal agents and stuff like that, if he had just done that and eased up, well, I think he could have got away with that. Then the next one comes along and is really hard on immigrants. Get rid of all of them, paint them out to be rapists and murderers, taking everybody's job. I mean, if in small doses, because there's a lot of Americans that stand by ICE. In small, you just got too many things going on at once. If he had been doing them slowly, next guy takes over, does maybe two more of them, and I think it could have got further than you're saying.
I don't think so. But I mean, at this point, we'll never know, because what they did is they took this white supremacy agenda and rammed it down everybody's throat. And here you have it. Listen, there are people in Texas. There are people in rural counties across this nation right now that are literally unaliving.
Wait, say that again. In what way? How so? What's causing them to perish?
Hospital,
Oh,
no access. No access to medical, no access to healthcare. I know 4 or 5 people myself, and where I'm from, that have family members that they literally have to relocate their elderly family members just to another location because they don't have coverage there anymore.
yeah. Yeah, I just think you and I, where we disagree is I think Trump could have done a lot more to successful. I just think he moved too fast. I mean, there's too many fires burning at the same time where you got multiple groups protesting you from whether it's abortion rights or what you're doing to the trans or what you're doing to the immigrants. Now you got the blacks and they're jumping up. I mean, go after one group individually, kind of like a Bruce Lee movie. Take on one opponent at a time. You're taking on everybody. Now you got the whole world with the tariffs and shit. Now you're dealing with Iran. There's too many. It's kind of like, I hate comparing Trump to Hitler, but it's kind of like what his fault was. You took on too many people at once. Like, just.
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
I didn't mean to cut you off. No, so let me ask you this, Tim. So I don't know what your family is, but let me. In my family background, where I come from, there's certain phone calls you don't make. There's certain people you don't wake the fuck up. Because once you wake them up, you have to own whatever consequence comes after that, even if you weren't involved, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't get them involved. You don't talk to them. You don't wake them up. You don't rile them up because now they expect them to be active. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where you said you're from Chicago, right?
Yep.
You got any cousins that used to be in the game?
Yeah.
Family members, brothers?
Yeah.
If you call them, shit's gonna get funky, right?
People who are down for whatever.
People who are down for whatever. Well, when racists feed that plant, they fed it. And what happened when you add Steve Miller, Steve Bannon, Kevin Roberts, and all these people in your orbit? This is why I've been telling you this the entire time, Tim. When people say he's not just because they're close, you can't water that plant.
Yeah.
And then put it back. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube once you do that.
Then you have a meeting with them and you tell them, I'm on your side, but we can't move as fast as you fuckers want. We gotta slow this down. If we do all this at once, it's gonna be too chaotic. You let them know. You have a meeting in the basement of a church or whatever the hell like they used to. And you let them know, I'm with you. We just can't do it as fast as you're trying to get us to do it.
That would make sense if the person was smart and strategic, but I told you this motherfucker was mediocre from the beginning, and as long as he's not getting touched by it, he doesn't care. He doesn't care who's going to get hurt by this, as long as it's not him. Case in point, give the money to the J6ers, and by the way, protect me and my family and my businesses from tax audit.
Yeah, I don't know how that. Yeah, that's another one that the Republican Party can't even explain away. How does he get a get out of jail free card to commit tax fraud for the rest of his life? Now, I know you wanted to yield the stick. I'm going to bring him up. A lot more I can talk to you about, but I know you wanted to yield to him, but I don't know how he ends up getting the get out of jail free card for his whole family. For instance, I can understand if you made some kind of deal with the IRS because it was wrong to leak his taxes. So you could settle with us for a couple $100,000. But in lieu of that, we won't audit you or something. But to get $2 billion and no audits, I mean, they gave him, this is a windfall. No way in hell releasing his taxes hurt him to any level. I mean, they literally gave him a lottery winning for this stuff. It's unexplainable.
Absolutely. Well, no, it is explainable because who did it? Who made
his personal fucking lawyer?
Who's been with him for years.
Yeah.
And by the way, if Michael Cohen was still in good graces, it would have been him making the deal. So let's be clear about what we're talking about. But I didn't want you to drop me. I wanted you to bring Stick up because there were a couple things I wanted to say, and then I'll get out of the way.
All right, fair enough. I will do that. And I don't get, like I said, they gave him way too much at our expense for that. His taxes being released didn't hurt him that bad that he should get $2 billion and no audit. And his family ain't got shit to do with it. Why are your family being blocked from tax audits? Like, they ain't got nothing. So now if they committed fraud, they get away with it? Stick.
Absolutely. Absolutely they do. What's
going on, Tim?
No.
Well, I mean, you answering the question by just basically saying it's fraud, waste, and abuse. A bunch of fraudsters, the whole Trump family. And TikTok, I know you like to be funny, but we being honest and real up here. As far as when it goes to the SEC, because I'm gonna knock your topic down first, Tim. The SEC, right? This is how I see it. Deion Sanders already tried to show everybody the way when it comes to sports, athletes, his kids, Travis Hunter. He was like the #1 draft pick. You feel me? So he already showed you that it's possible you can go to a HBCU or a team that's not in the SEC and you can make it. The SEC is a powerhouse only because we keep running for them. We keep passing for them. We keep catching the ball for them. We keep tackling for them. If we stop doing that as a whole, don't let any of our defensive backs, quarterbacks, linebackers, running backs, wide receivers, everybody needs to just stay away from the SEC. Hey, if you're in Kentucky, you don't have to go to the Wildcats. You can go to Louisville. It's not the SEC. If you're in Florida, you don't have to go to the Gators. You can go to Miami and you can go to Florida State. It's the ACC.
I'll agree with that because the games would be just as exciting. I mean, you know, just because it's on a different team, if you're a fan of that team, you're not going to like it, but it's not going to hurt the sport. It would be just a different team winning.
Yeah. So this is the thing with the sports. Simply put, there's other teams out there, there's other conferences out there. You don't have to focus on the SEC. Let them have their Forrest Gumps. Let them have their, anybody that's not black. Let them have them, right? Anybody that's not Spanish.
But what about what Lutta Cruz said, that we shouldn't put this on 18-year-olds?
It's not that we shouldn't put them on 18-year-olds, but what we shouldn't do is hinder their career. We should let them go to other schools other than the SEC. Just think about this, Tim. Let's say everybody floods the ACC, the Big Ten, whatever the case may be, right? Mm-hmm. Whoever's not gerrymandering, whatever state that's not gerrymandering, I'll just say it like that. Those states now have all the top players.
Yep.
All the top players, and those states will show that we got all the top players, and the SEC will crumble. It will be lame ass back. Like, let's be for real. If the only people that you had in there was one Larry Bird, one John Stockton, you know what I'm saying?
I get it.
Chris Humphries or something like that. No, I'm just saying. And then we got Michael Jordan over here, Magic Johnson, Julius Erving, Patrick Ewing. We got all of these great basketball players, football players over here. You just gonna be there just because y'all school got a football team. Y'all gonna become what was it on Waterboy, the Mud Dogs. They gonna be playing like the Mud Dogs.
But what about the claim that this could hurt them in their future? Because you know people are going to be pissed off that they got involved with politics, and when they get into their professional career, maybe some sponsors don't want to sponsor them. Maybe some folks don't want to attend their games. Very similar to Colin Kaepernick.
Okay, so the first thing is first. I'm the young man. I'm the one that's future is going to be impacted by these policies and this gerrymandering and anything else. So you old guy that owns the team, you shut the fuck up and sign my check. It needs to be the reverse. It shouldn't be shut the fuck up and dribble or shut the fuck up and pass the ball. It should be shut the fuck up and sign my check. You worry about you. As long as I'm on that field doing what I need to do, all my extracurricular activities, as long as it's not illegal, leave me the fuck alone. It's period.
You know what, Stick? I'm gonna say this. I don't know, maybe you don't know, but I've been coaching. I coached youth sports and did recruiting for I'm damn near 20 years. Like I said, I got over 100 coaches in my phone that I've dealt with through multiple sports. It is 100% doable. It is 100. It won't even take. Let me tell you this, Tim. Let me tell you how fast this shit can change. It won't take a full year for it to happen. If the top 10 recruits in this country that were the 4 or 5 star recruits, SEC caliber, said they not playing in the SEC, next year this shit will not be the same.
Wow.
The money revenue is too big. Stick told you. Listen, if you need one example. You got to ask yourself this one question: was Travis Hunter going to be a first-round draft pick before he went to Colorado? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
From Jackson State. If the answer is yes, and the running back from Boise State last year was the overall number 1 pick for the Raiders, or number 2 pick from Boise State, it's not required anymore. It's not required anymore, and I know it can happen because they're not losing anything. And people understand NIL. The NIL ratings are not controlled by college. They're valued by the NIL process. They get valued. Your value's not going to change. It's who's willing to pay it. I'll give you one example, Tim, and I'll give it back to you. You guys watch women's college softball?
I don't.
There's a girl named Najee Kennedy. Najee Kennedy.
Yep.
She was at Stanford. She got $800,000 for softball for 1 year to go to Texas Tech. The next year she got $1 million.
Damn. They getting paid. They getting paid now. Yeah, they getting paid now. Shit.
Women's softball at that.
Yes.
It's so again, Tim. It's possible. So we can do it. We gotta basically boycott like we did back in the day. We gotta make them feel it in their pockets. Once they start feeling it in their pockets, just like even with Trump. Okay, the whole time, right? Let's talk about the beginning of his presidency. This as 47. Oh, we got everything we want. He's doing this. He's doing that. This is MAGA now. This is what we voted for. As soon as the gas prices went up, you had a whole switch, a whole change. As soon as grocery prices didn't go down, they didn't care about the Ukrainian thing and the Russian thing. They didn't care about that, right? Because
I'm just before you continue, I'm just listening, and I'm thinking when we get MAGA reacts on you, he's going to disagree with a lot of this. I'm thinking about.
Listen, hold up. First of all, he's twisted in the head. He's an African. I just want you to think about this. He's an African up here telling you and showing you that prices are low, but Trump wants to make them higher, and that's a good thing. What are we talking about?
I'm just telling you.
And then he will tell you he got it down to $20 a barrel. And he says, and I quote, well, if he let it collapse, it's bad. It ain't bad for me. If I know that millionaires and billionaires have been millionaires and billionaires selling it at 14 cents a gallon, 10 cents a gallon, 30 cents a gallon, it was at $1 back in 99, right? 98, it was $1 a gallon. And they were still millionaires and billionaires. Think about how much money they got now that it's $4.59 in the state of Florida. It doesn't make any sense, MAGA Reacts. You need to go sit down. You need to understand that you're African. You need to understand now at this point that you're here, you're African American.
You do realize Elon Musk is also African American, and he says his heart goes out to you.
Yeah, hey, I'm gonna say right. I'm gonna say this and get out of the way. I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna best your example with one other one, Stick, that happened before then. What happened when they were like, get them all out of here? Who got in Trump's ear to slow it down, Tim? Remember when he's talking about the immigrants, get them out of here?
You mean the farmers?
The farmers and the hospitality CEO said, hey,
you're taking our workers out. Yeah, because he said, they're telling me I'm getting rid of some good people. Yeah, he did say that.
The universities will do the same thing. That's Stick's point. They'll do the same thing. Mm-hmm. But go ahead, have your combo, Stick. Go ahead, drop me that.
All right, Stick. Are we going? By the way, are we going to refer to the Duke of Wellington today?
No, we're gonna refer to the Duke Vader 9. That's what we're gonna do. We ain't finna.
I tried.
Bullshit. No, we finna say who it is. Now, my whole thing of it is, Tim, when I shared the information with you, right? My thing was not to just so much blast him, right? It was to let you know who you
Well, he's acknowledged. He readily admits he's done time. I mean, I just didn't know for what, but he readily.
Okay, time out. This is what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna act like he told us what he did time.
Right. He didn't say what he did time for. He has dirty paperwork, in other words.
And that's the point, right? I can get up here all day and tell you, yeah, man, I went did time at law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? I'm there in California. You know what I'm saying? I did this, I did that. Well, what was you in there for?
Yeah. I mean,
see, that ain't cool. That ain't cool.
how did you get? I'm curious how you got your hands on that.
Listen, it's public information.
True.
The link showed you that it's public information.
Yeah.
Now all you need is that. Well, he wears his BDUs anyway. You know what I'm saying? And it got his last name on it. And all you got to do is just do a background check. You do a background check, public information, especially in the state of Texas, and that's what you come up with. You know, and it's sad because again, I thought that he was a fellow veteran with different ideologies. He definitely has a lot of different ideologies because I don't deal with children in that such manner.
Yeah, I don't mind. I enjoy talking to MAGA, Black MAGA as well, but you know, you got those type of dirty charges on you. I mean, did he serve in the military at all?
Well, from what I get is he served in the military and he served as a constable and then he got in trouble.
Okay.
So that's the trouble that he got into.
Jesus.
And Big Dog, Kingfin, and everybody is putting the link in the bio or in the comments, y'all. So all you got to do is go over there, copy and paste, and then go to your Google, and you will see what we see.
Yeah, his picture, it's undeniable because his picture comes up. So, I mean, they got his mugshot, his picture or whatever, so it's undeniable.
And it's not charges, right? It's convictions, right? You're absolutely right, Michael the Boss. It is convictions, right? And also, if you go further, which I think Mike was going to do that, you can go to the court case and you can also see some of the testimony. Listen, my whole thing is this. When you get up here and you talk and sound like Trump, which Trump also has these allegations, right? His is convictions. Trump's is allegations. Maybe it's because Duke ain't Trump and he don't have that money like Trump. But Trump has a lot of money, and so he's able and a lot of power at this point because he's president. So again, maybe that's the reason why he got caught and Trump didn't. But all I will say is, every time you ask Duke about that certain situation with Trump, I don't care about that. He don't care about it because he's one of them. He's a pedo.
Yeah, 14. The victim was what, 14? It said.
Yes. But it was 7 times this thing had done happened. He's got gray in all the pictures, and he's got a yellow shirt on, a blue shirt on, a gray shirt on. He's got different. These are different convictions, different times. I don't know what Texas got going on with handling him and such. Right? I don't know if they're looking.
It definitely looks like it looked like it was definitely saying something to the effect that he's going to be on the registry for the rest of his life. I think that was on there.
Yeah, but the whole thing of it is not even. But however, if you've done this 7 times, you need more than 10 years. You need more. You need. Matter of fact, you should still be in that motherfucker. So that's my point. That's my point.
When was the conviction? What year was on there for when he did it? So you said you said wait. You saying he did a 10 solid though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he'll tell you he did a 10 to 8 solid. You know, but I just feel like that ain't enough time because I got girls. I got 2 boys.
Well, shit. What is gonna be enough time?
But listen, I got 2 boys and 4 girls. This is an app, I can't do it. But you know what I'm thinking, right? You really do, right? Remember we had that talk about ICE and I wish they would.
Violence. Yeah, you're thinking violence. No, but the point I'm saying is when you say 10 ain't enough time, I mean, yeah, so really the only thing is going to suffice is violence.
Yeah, not really violence. I mean, they could castrate them. They could, do some stuff like that. And I'd be cool with it because a 14-year-old child. And then again, when we were just in my live after you left, Mike the Boss brought up the other receipts, which was the case docket or the.
I wonder if he got in a lot of his videos, he got a woman sitting next to him. I wonder does she know that shit? Like, man, that 14 is Jesus.
And we had that conversation too. So I said the same thing. I wonder does she know? But at the same time, I'm looking at her and I'm like, she probably don't even give a damn because it's hard to get with her looks. It's gonna be hard.
Oh, come on.
Listen. She hanging around it. She gotta know something to me. So I ain't got no chill for her either. Like you condoning it. That's how I feel. If you know that these charges and these allegations and these convictions is on him, and you cool with it, and y'all walking around in La La Land, and y'all going where little kids and stuff is at. This used to be a kids app.
Yeah.
And it was weird to me. He was one of the first creators that I ran into. And this was
a lot of studies do suggest that if you've done something like that, it's kind of in you. That's why they have a registry, because they believe that you have the desire and the propensity to keep doing it. I mean, which is why hiding the perpetrators on the Epstein list is so awful, because there's a really good chance that the guys who done that are still out there doing it. If you believe that once a pedo, always a pedo, then that means the people that were hanging out or hanging around Epstein that are being hidden, they're probably still offending people. They're probably still doing it.
So it's true, and that's the point. That again, if you gear that conversation towards Duke Vader #9, right? Duke Vader 9, y'all. That's who we're talking about. Him being a pedo goddess. I'm sorry I had to say it like that, but I'm kind of upset right now. But Duke Vader 9 on this TikTok app, he is a pedo. I put up his his public record. It's not that I doxed him.
Yeah.
It's not that
I can say I've seen it. I read it. It's undeniably. I mean, it happened. He did it. They got the age of the child. I mean, it's on a Texas state site. I mean, it's bad.
So goddess, right? If I wasn't in here, I would send you all the information. But I believe King Finn can do that for me. I believe Mike the Boss can do that for me. Matter of fact, Mike the Boss got even more stuff. So if you want some, just ask for an inbox. One of them, okay.
Yeah, we'll make it. Somebody might be hating. We'll move it on.
So before I go, Tim, I would just like to say also, I kind of wanted you to do what you did for what is the god doggone boy that MAGA reacts. I need you to give me the big screen so I can show you what actually I already gave it to you. Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
The link is in the comments. They can look it up. It ain't no lying about it.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about me and your conversation. What we had about the BLK with the S.
Oh.
You know what I sent you?
Yeah, look, I think half of my audience is going to agree. The other half ain't going to give a shit. You're talking about the evidence that shows that calling blacks as a form of a noun is insulting to the black community. Half of my audience is going to agree with you. The other half is, I don't give a shit. They're going to believe it's free speech. They don't care.
But the ones that don't give a shit are the racist MAGA, your beloved. And see, that's the problem. You call them your beloved, but at the same time, they playing in your goddamn face. They saying shit just to come up here and do the free speech bill, right? Little spiel, right? They're doing that. But free speech is only for the fucking government. It's not for you to come up here and be fucking racist. Like Straight Talk, he pisses me off. If I seen him in a fuck him up.
All right, we'll leave it at that. I understand. I haven't talked to Straight Talk in a few days either. I mean, he's kind of been avoiding the program.
And guess what? He should be on fucking punishment. His wife should hit him across the fucking head. That's what I believe.
All right, we'll leave it at that before you get taken out for bullying. Stick, thanks for coming through. Thanks for that info. All right, moving on with the program. Tap the screen. By the way, help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. I haven't seen that. Show your boy some love. Tap the screen. If you're watching us on YouTube, feel free to smash that like button as well. By the way, I'll give the whole entire damn spiel because this is uncensored programming. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone here, as you may be able to tell. Our comments go left of Mom Donnie, so I'm having dinner with Q. You can be critical of anybody, including yours truly. If you're currently watching us live on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, or Clapper, follow the program. If you're watching us live on YouTube, give your boy a sub. By the way, for my YouTube viewers, smash that like button on this Memorial Day. Helps out the algorithm. It does bring in more MAGA, or as my last guest said, my beloved MAGA. It brings in more MAGA. So we'll get into what the actual spiel of the program is actually about. And that is certainly asking in regards to this, the Iran war. President Trump is indicating that once again, we're on the cusp of some type of ceasefire, some type of deal. The problem is, he says this a lot. I mean, Trump has continued to indicate we're close to ceasefire. They're begging for a deal, et cetera, et cetera. And here we are coming up with day 90, almost 100 days we've been dealing with this.
NAACP is calling on athletes and fans to boycott college teams in states that have...
That's not what I wanted to play, but that is part of the show today as well. That's not the clip I meant to roll. I don't know what I'm having audio trouble sometimes.
President Trump says a ceasefire deal with Iran is largely negotiated. The possible agreement comes after intense diplomatic talks involving U.S., Iranian, and regional leaders. Discussions are reportedly focused on a ceasefire and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. But Iranian officials are cautioning that no final deal has been reached yet, as questions remain about enforcement and sanctions. ABC's Ian Pannell is in Israel with more on this. Ian.
Now, he's saying here an Iran deal is imminent. And by the way, Marty Marr, thank you for the hat and mustache. Yeah, appreciate that. So in regards to a ceasefire deal being imminent, he said this a lot. He said it a lot. And then, of course, when he's saying this stuff, here's a negotiating quote from Trump. Trump says the U.S. will start dropping bombs on Iran if no deal is reached. So in the middle of his negotiating tactics, or whoever is negotiating on behalf of the United States, they're over there speaking with the Iranian counterpart, trying to negotiate a ceasefire or something like that. And this is the shit that is permeating the world. So... and I don't know, to me, this makes it so much harder, so much more difficult for I don't know if it's Rubio or, I don't know if it's Hegseth, well, probably not Hegseth, Rubio or maybe JD Vance or somebody. But this stuff right here makes it so much more challenging for Iran to work with the United States. It just looks like he is threatening them to get cooperation. So if Iran wants to, remain, intact, if they want to look like they stood their ground, you can't just bow down to this guy that's telling everybody I'm scaring them to death. Now, I mentioned this earlier in the live. I was watching one of the media outlet shows, and they were saying that Iran has been told to ignore the threats coming from President Trump. They've been told to ignore them. That the threats are only a form of propaganda for his country. So Trump is making these threats to make him seem like a tough guy to, let's say, the West and the American people. And that's what Iran is being told. Don't worry about the threats. He is doing that to protect his image in the West and in America, which could be true because he's done it so many times and has had no follow-up with it. I don't see why it's necessary, though. At this point, get the deal done. I mean, don't put your image and your ego above what could turn into a regional war. I mean, like, your image, put that on the back seat. But this does sound like something Trump would do. So we're going to talk about that. In addition to, I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats here. Also, in addition to him doing that, this is what I ended up seeing on News Nation earlier today. This is the proposed ceasefire coming from, and this says it's coming from a senior Trump administration official. Now, I clipped this, which is why it's not straight. It's lopsided. I actually took a photo of this off the television, but these are the bullet points. 60-day ceasefire extension, so that's another 2 months of ceasefire. Strait of Hormuz is reopened, And it has a subtext, subpoint of Iran is to clear minds from the Strait. Now, Iran could probably get that one taken out. I mean, you're going on television bragging that our entire Navy is at the bottom of the ocean. We don't have the capacity to remove the mines. We can tell you where they're at, but you're the one that's bragging you got an intact Navy. You send your boats and pick them up. We don't have any boats to get them because you claiming you sunk everything we had. So I don't think Iran's going to be clearing the mines from the Strait. At best, they can guide us to where they are. And last but not least, Iran commits to not having a nuclear weapon, which is something they were already doing under the Obama administration. So there's no gain there. Here's a couple more of those bullet points. U.S. naval blockade on Iranian ports will be lifted, and some sanction waivers allowing Iran to sell oil. In other words, there is no gain after almost 100 days of war than where we were at the beginning. Before this broke out, Iran was already promising not to develop a nuclear weapon. So after 100 days of war, we walk away with them promising not to develop a nuclear weapon. That's it. You didn't save any protesters that were allegedly being massacred, and you didn't get regime change. I don't see how we walk away from this with anything but an L. I don't see the victory in this. I don't see how this is any improvement over what Obama walked away with. Without the war, without the billions of dollars of weapons used. I don't see how, and not to mention, it's kind of embarrassed us internationally. Just like when Russia attacked the Ukraine, it showed the world that Russia's not the juggernaut that everybody thought. They could barely handle the Ukraine. Once we attacked Iran, it's shown that a nation with resiliency can still fight back and put up a gallant effort against the United States. We didn't make them bow like Trump thought they would. Trump thought this would go like Venezuela. It has not. It is not. So I don't see how this is a victory for us at all. It hurt our image, in my opinion. But looking in the comments, no, they weren't. They were actively developing nuclear uranium as well as the long-range missiles. Unless I see proof of that, SBN, because you got Tulsi Gabbard on record saying they were not. And the Trump administration has not explained why Tulsi Gabbard said that. In fact, when she resigned, Trump's words were she did a really good job. So you got to explain that. Why is the U.S. National Intelligence Agency saying they were not developing a nuclear weapon? Now, I know Benjamin Netanyahu's on record as saying they were, but he's on record going all the way back to 1994 saying it. So unless I see some evidence that they were actually doing that, I don't just believe Trump said it, there it shall be. Trump said they were developing a nuclear weapon, enriching their uranium. Most of the free world disagree with him. I don't see it. Now, if evidence comes out to justify that, then that's a different argument. But I don't see it. Right now, this appears to be an optional war. Trump saying that they were developing and enriching their uranium right now is looking like it's going to go down in history. Similar to George Bush saying Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. You just have to believe him. You're not going to see any proof of that ever. Same thing with Bush. You just have to believe it. You never will see proof of it. And Trump has said a lot of things that have turned out not to be accurate. So we're going to talk about that. I'm just giving you the lowdown for some of you folks who just tuned in. By the way, tap the screen, get us up to 60,000. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. In addition to that, one of the most common phrases from the Trump administration, in addition to make America great again, is indeed America first. And I put this photo I happened to discover on the internet up here because you got folks with white outfits and pointy hats that have the same slogan with them. I want to know, I would love to get Mag on here. What is the difference between what these folks thought and Trump's meaning of America first? I want to know, how do they differ? Because they're saying the same thing, at least the same phrase. Somebody help me clear that up, because these folks, we know what they stood for, and they were using the same phrase. Smokey, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
I was listening and commenting. I didn't realize I'd requested, but I mean, to answer your question, Confederate States of America rebranded as just America. That's why they want America first.
But do you see them as having the same mindset as President Trump?
Well, America, like I said the other day, America is 1776, white male patriarchal society, two genders, the King James Bible, attacking the Catholics and the Pope. Is that not English colonialism, the original colonizers?
It's a little different. It's a little different than what we've been used to.
But is that not America 1776, the Articles of Confederation?
Yeah.
We're the United States 1787.
Yeah.
To make America greater first, what is America?
So then, give me your clear explanation. What does it mean when you hear them say America first? The Trump administration. What does that mean to you? What type of America are they attempting to deliver?
Return us back to Articles of Confederation, i.e., 7 articles but 10 amendments, like they have in his Bible and used to be on the White House. You see, the structure has been taken that citizens argue for labels of color and gender, while the Constitution is people, person, citizen. So we're used to othering each other, which is Article 1, Section 2. So if we remove anything after 10th Amendment, their originalist mindset, you go back to Dred Scott being the rule of law. You go back to having to ask the free person, the Supreme Court, for permissions based upon the labels society gave you, like woman or transgender. So we don't really shift. We just actually give more structural power because we've never honored the Constitution in the first place.
So you're talking a white male-dominated society.
Correct. If you look at the calligraphy of We the People, doesn't that calligraphy look like a vice? The German word for white? As the masculine version, white male persons, followed by free person and other persons, followed by the Bill of Rights, followed by...
Wait, you said you didn't say the Bill of Whites, did you?
Yes, I did. The Bill of Rights, because it didn't give anybody else rights until the 14th Amendment. Then it became the Bill of Rights. Dred Scott versus Sanford, a black person can't be a citizen, so they can't be the people, which means they don't get a first, second, fourth, ninth, or 10th Amendment right. There is no privilege to vote prior to the 14th Amendment, Section 2.
You really think Trump and MAGA want to take us back that far?
What do they tell us? We want a white male patriarchal society. Women can get pregnant at the age of 12, et cetera, et cetera. And if you get infected by a man with a parasite, you have no choice. You must produce a citizen and pass it for the government. They call it a woman and baby, but it's called a parasite.
So what is your explanation on why so many minorities? Because there's a lot of black MAGA, there's a lot of Hispanics that voted for Trump. If what he is trying to do is what you're indicating, why would they vote for him? Why would women in general, by the way? Because what you're saying makes it clear he doesn't have anything positive in store for even white women. Why do you think so many women vote for Trump as opposed to Kamala Harris, who is a woman herself? Why did they vote for Trump if Trump is as threatening to women as you're saying?
Out because the wordplay of the Constitution, that's what all this is. So let me ask you a question. Do corporations have rights as a person?
According to Mitt Romney, corporations are people too.
That is correct. They are a person. Paul versus Virginia, 1869. Now, in that, it said you can't be a citizen, but you can be a person. Then, if we remember, Dred Scott versus Sanford said, if you're a person but not a citizen, you can't be the people. Funnily enough, in 1906, Hale versus Hinkle, they actually gave corporations the Fourth Amendment right, which according to Dred Scott, was denied to a living person.
Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment is what? Unwarranted searches and seizures?
No, the phraseology of the first words of it are extraordinarily important, which is why it was denied to a person who was black. Because it says the right of the people, the citizen, to be secure in their persons, papers, houses, effects. Your persons is your body, your being, which is why the Fifth Amendment has got the takings clause, which is nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So if they draft you using your body into service for the military, you get paid. Which is why a white person could slave, according to the original Constitution, because their body couldn't be taken for public use for just compensation.
No,
Which is why some slave owners got paid when they freed a slave and became a citizen.
but let me
Their private property was taken.
let me put on my MAGA hat. Now, if I'm correct, you said did you say you're Irish?
Yeah, from Dublin originally.
Okay, but let me put on my MAGA hat because you're saying a white person can never be a slave. The MAGA side is going to say, what about the Irish slaves?
Yeah, that was at the hands of the English and the Vikings. Dublin was founded as one of the largest slave trading establishments of Western Europe in 988.
What about the
Ireland's got less people on it than it did.
yeah? But what about the Irish? No, they're saying the Irish slaves in America. They're talking about the Irish slaves in America.
We were never slaves in the U.S.
They disagree.
We were othered, and we were indentured servitude, where we might actually borrow money to get on a boat to come over. We pay it back, maybe with interest. We may have been treated as an other person, an Irish person, harder to get a job, but we'll need your color at some stage, so we won't other you into ownership. The free person got to decide how hard they wanted to other another person.
Right.
Which is why Hitler studied the United States, studied after the 14th Amendment when corporations got rights as a person, 1906 got rights as a people, yet citizens were still categorized and we had Jim Crow laws.
Yeah.
That's why Hitler studied the United States so intently, which is why the United States held back so long before it entered, because we weren't too sure if we liked them or not.
So what is it?
Parades here for it.
So for folks who continue to suggest Irish were slaves as opposed to indentured servants, explain the difference between a slave and an indentured servant in your opinion.
Well, a slave is owned, and let me treat it like a devil's lettuce plant. I get a mother, I can import a crop for 19 years, and then I can keep rebreeding that crop, which I own, and I can rebreed genetics to make it stronger or better or more potent to be more effective.
And an indentured servant?
We had to pay off a debt.
Yeah, I've said before, like when it comes to the whole Irish slaves, you're not going to have a 6-month-old Irish in your hand saying this is a slave. With the African Americans, they were slaves from birth, and like you're talking about, you could breed them and you could do whatever you wanted. They weren't doing that to the Irish, so there's a significant difference in how they were treated.
Just breeding them. They were breeding them to make them stronger, better, more resilient, which is why then people wonder why people get all fragile. Like, well, why are they faster? Maybe it's because
Yeah, you're talking about some kind of
inbred.
yeah, you're talking about some twisted form of eugenics.
That's why Hitler studied the United States as well, because look what the system was. I'm being blunt. That's why I frustrate people, because I'm here to say, let's just expose it. Let's fix the system. Let's move forward. Persons have rights like a corporation.
I think
Corporations shouldn't have rights of the people like they got in 2010.
I think
Corporations have got people and person rights, and we keep categorizing citizens.
I think the problem is there are some folks, even though this stuff happened, some of it happened a long time ago. Obviously, Jim Crow and the lack of civil rights is far more recent, but I think the problem is that some folks do not want to be connected to some of these horrors of the past. And if we do what you said, let's just get it all out on the table and things like that. It might be like finding out your grandfather or maybe even your dad was a serial pedo or, did some really horrible stuff. He was organizing lynchings. And some folks just, I guess the embarrassment of it, they would rather just it not come to light than for folks to find out they're connected to it.
What they're actually covering up is, the past is the past. But what if you actually showcase the present atrocities? What if an organization actually was honest? Do you actually think the ACLU, National Organization of Women, or any of these groups, or any even Democrat or Republican could come out right now and say, hey, actually, do you know what, guys, we've screwed up? The 3 controlling words in the Constitution, people, person, citizen. We keep categorizing citizens, which violates 18 U.S.C. 241, 242, and a multitude of other violations. We've given corporations rights as a person and privileges of the people.
Yeah, I don't know why you would.
We need to do a reset here on this. Let's get back to the basics. See, to expose that, there's no such thing as women's rights anymore. I just took hundreds of billions of dollars out of the system.
I don't know why they would ever treat corporations like people. That was, to me, that was a bad move to make from day one. I mean,
You have to be careful with the words. Person and people are different. They are a person. Just like a foreign person is a person and they've got constitutional protections. But to be the people, you have to be a citizen. That's why they gatekept that word from black people. Because you were only a person, but not a citizen. So you weren't the people. That's why these words, these three controlling words, they've manipulated them and we've lost control.
what are the person, people? What was the third one?
Citizen. So if you read the 14th Amendment, all persons born, so persons born or naturalized in the United States can become a citizen of the United States.
Okay.
Citizens get privileges and immunities. Very important. Privileges and immunities. That's how they gatekeep things. But nor should they deny any person of life, liberty, property without due process, nor deny any person. So persons get rights. Citizens get privileges and immunities. Those privileges and immunities are referred to as the people, which is why First Amendment, a foreign elections ban, I forget the exact number, like 31 or 51 USC, a foreign person cannot donate to politics.
This sounds like the fine print of any other contract you read. It's the legalese of it that often throws people, because they don't expect people to be able to decipher this, which I would not have been. It's crazy though. I mean, a person, people, the people, and a citizen. A lot of us walk around thinking all of that's the same.
Correct. So when you look at the first word, we the people of the United States, who are the people? It's not we the government. It's not we the corporations.
The citizens.
Exactly. Now, so citizens, the people. First Amendment is the right of the people. Second Amendment is people. Fourth Amendment is the right of the people, citizen to be secure in their persons. So in your body, in your being. So that's why since the 14th Amendment was written, eat that parasite whenever you want. To apply Roe v. Wade as they've said it, let me interpret the current society we operate in. So this is what the 14th Amendment would have to say.
Well, they're talking, and by the way, there was a suggestion by a Republican politician the other day that they get rid of the 14th Amendment. So they don't like that all of a sudden.
Well, and it's interesting you mentioned that, because you see the structure of the people. See, a corporation has got a First and a Fourth Amendment right, and they've been given rights as a person. If you remove the 14th Amendment, corporations are still protected, but citizens have always argued as other persons, where corporations understood the structural game. You can be any corporation in society, from Nail Corporation to an AI corporation, but you wouldn't fight for separate rights as Nail versus AI corporation. They didn't fight for corporate rights. They actually just fought for person. So socially, we've got thousands of different types of corporations that can set up every day that are all unique. Politically, they're all a person, and then they were given rights as the people, so they can donate to politicians. So structurally, they've got more power in the United States than a citizen.
Yeah, this shit up. I do got to move it on, unfortunately, but this almost sounds like it was meant to be confusing intentionally, like it was deliberately meant to be that way.
It's not. Take a step back. Is a woman a person? Yes. Transgender person? Yes. So persons have rights? Yeah. Well, that was easy. So if you other a person, transgender person, you took away their personhood and you othered them. So they're a person who is. So constitutionally, everyone's just a person.
I don't think you're clear. I understand what you're saying, but you're not clear. It still sounds even complicated and confusing when you explain it. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's three words that sound similar that have different meanings.
So the question is, do you want to save the country, which is actually learn the Constitution and the controlling words know actually what your rights are, or are you going to keep asking for permissions based on what society says you are?
I would try the former as opposed to the latter.
That's why you're a person politically, and you're also a citizen who are the people. So you're the ultimate people, person, citizen. That's it. You're the most controlling, most powerful element, and we've lost structure of that. So I appreciate your time.
Real quick before I let you go, now Ireland, you're part of the United Kingdom, right?
Thankfully, no.
Okay.
Part of Ireland is part of the UK, yes, because we still have Northern Ireland. So England are still an invading force.
Okay.
Imagine after the Civil War, you gave a couple of states still to the Confederacy.
Okay, the reason why I asked you this is I hear that there are tenets of your country going MAGA-like. Have you heard that?
I have seen people in Ireland, yes, become a little bit ignorant and bigoted, because for the first time in Irish history, we're seeing a lot more people going to Ireland. And we've got plenty of room. The biggest thing is Ireland, some people are a little bit antiquated, and the mindset of the US has infiltrated over there, and they become a little bit hateful, and they've forgotten who and where we've come from. And so those people need to get a fucking slap, because you don't gatekeep, especially when the world opens up its arms to us, and globally you'll see an Irish pub anywhere.
Yeah.
So that suddenly now starts gatekeeping when other people are being oppressed. That's not the Irish way. We don't claim them. That's what I would say.
Well, hopefully it stays that way. I appreciate you coming through, Smokey. As always, you're very educational. You're a great guest. Come on back anytime. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 80,000. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goals and share the live if you will. Shanti, thank you. To be truthful, the voice you're talking to, brother, sounds more like an Americanized artificial intelligence. It hasn't really gotten a regional statewide accent. I don't know where to go with that. Look, there are folks I've talked to that I'm quite familiar with on the app that have been talking to that individual for years. So I totally disagree with you suggesting my last caller was AI. What did you think the SPLC hearings this week? Eye-opening, pay the very people they say are protecting. Okay, this is a good question. I'll read this and answer it before you. And by the way, tap the screen, get us up to 80,000, and we'll take the next caller. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap goes, if you will. Summer asks, what did you think of the Southern Poverty Law Center hearings this week? Eye-opening, paying the very people they say that they're protecting to harm the people they're supposedly protecting. Looking at your backdrop reminded me. Well, now the allegation is that the Southern Poverty Law Center paid the Klan. We're paying the KKK. I'm quite aware of this. But here's my continuing response to this. It's an allegation. They've been indicted. They have not been convicted. People who do not like the Southern Poverty Law Center are treating them as guilty until proven innocent. They're treating the accusations by the Department of Justice against the Southern Poverty Law Center as fact and are convicting them of it. Just like anybody else that is indicted or charged with a crime, they have to get their day in court. Just like with Trump, I don't jump on a Trump as a pedo train. I say, look, he's entitled to his day in court. Yeah, it looks suspicious, but he's entitled to his day in court. So is the Southern Poverty Law Center. They've been accused. They have not been convicted. And by the way, them paying the KKK could mean them paying confidential informants within the organization to help take it down. That's how the FBI did it. They paid members of the KKK to help infiltrate the organization and take it down. They did the same with the Hells Angels. They done the same with some of the groups like the Black Panthers. They did the same with Martin Luther King and some of those civil rights fighters. The FBI regularly does that. CIA does it internationally. So do you say the CIA was giving money to ISIS? No. They're paying people within the organization to give them targets and let them know the location of international enemies. That's what happens. That's how it works. So if the Southern Poverty Law Center's goal is to weaken the Klan or some of these groups, yeah, you may have to pay off a member of the group, or you may have to pay off somebody to join the group and bring back information. So I need to see how the case goes in its entirety before automatically suggesting that they were paying members of these white supremacist groups to do harm. They may have been paying them to be an informant. We don't know. Big difference between indictment and conviction. Until we get to conviction, it's just an allegation. And I'll tell you this, to my beloved MAGA that are indicting and then jump into automatically the SPO, the Southern Poverty Law Center is guilty until proven innocent. Think about how you felt when Jack Smith indicted Trump. You didn't take Trump's indictment as guilt. So they get the same fair play in court. Until they're convicted, it is what it is. You can't just jump and say they're guilty of this stuff. Anyway, looking in the comments, Summer says they admitted it was for donations. Donations for what? Donations to perhaps get people to infiltrate. Maybe, look, if you got people that are working undercover for you, you can't come out and say we paid off informants. You can get somebody killed. They're going to say publicly what they think is in the best interest of their informant. They're not going to announce to you anything else. We'll see what happens when it comes out in court. That's all I'm saying. We'll see what happens when it comes out in court. But if they do have informants working amongst these groups, they're not going to come out and admit they're paying informants, because now the groups are going to know it and go looking for the people. So yeah, we gave it. It was in donations. Yeah. As if anybody believes the Klan is walking around viewing the Southern Poverty Law Center favorably, with all the minorities that work for the Southern Poverty Law Center. Does that even make sense? Anyway, looking in the comments, they ain't agreed to shit. They are completely rejecting the feds' ridiculous case. Yeah, I have a hard time believing that they would agree to it as well. And like I said, they're entitled to their day in court. And until they get that, I'm gonna leave it at that. And some of you folks, show your boy some love. Had mustache TikTok cap goes. They didn't inform the donors that's where the money was going. I don't know. Until the case goes through court in its entirety, I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not convicting or exonerating anybody. Nothing on the Epstein list is even impeccable. Lots of other things to use against them. I don't know where you're going with that one, Smokey, but thank you for coming up. All right, let me go back to the box. No one needs to set anything up to fight you, brother. Just listening. Oh, you guys are just listening to your own words. Fucking enemy. You going to keep yourself. Okay, you guys are talking amongst each other. Tap the screen. By the way, if you're watching us on YouTube, I need you folks to smash that like button. Helps out the algorithm. It is set for MAGA, so it does bring in more MAGA. We got plenty of liberals across the platform, so I need some of you folks on YouTube. Smash that like button, and we'll go back to the box, the one and only Top Dog. Good evening, Top Dog. Welcome to the program. What up? How do you feel about this?
Been about 2 or 3 months since I got on here, Tim.
Couple days.
You hard to get on, man. You hard. It's hard to get up on here, Tim.
No, it ain't nobody want to talk to an old man like me. Come on now.
Yeah, it's all good. What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all, but how do you feel about this? One of the topics we talked about earlier, I'm gonna run by you, is that they're asking these black athletes to not play collegiate sports in these southern states that are gerrymandering the vote. Do you think this is a bad idea, or do you favor it?
I don't think it's a bad idea, Tim, but I don't think a lot of athletes are going to do it because they trying to get to the league, Tim. So a lot of young people, 18, 19, 20, they worried about getting to the league. They don't even want to get into the politics like that.
Do you think them doing this would affect them making it to the league? Because you can leave one school if you're good enough to get into Texas A&M or some of these schools, or if you're good enough to play for them, you can go somewhere else and play. So it ain't like you ain't gonna be able to play and scouts ain't gonna see you.
I mean, that's true, but a lot of them ain't got this talent like Travis Hunter, where he went down there with Deion and was able to do his thing.
Yeah.
Unless you got the elite talent, you can go anywhere. But if you want to get a scholarship down to say Miami, they don't even want looking at you. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Well, my guess is if enough of them do it, the scouts will move, won't they? I mean, if the scouts start knowing that, because listen, if you're a good prospect and you all of a sudden quit Alabama, or you decide that you're not, you turned down the invitation, people are going to know that you had signed, because they know you're from high school. They knew you had signed to go there, and now you're going somewhere else. So some of them scouts are going to follow you.
Well, the
that I can see that them changing up, Tim, they would have to give them some big money. Them smaller black schools or, schools that want those athletes, they have to offer them some money. Right now, we in that NIL era. So
it ain't gotta be. Yeah, but it ain't gotta be it ain't gotta be a smaller black school. I mean, like I bring up schools like Loyola or Purdue, some of the schools that are up north that ain't doing this stuff. I mean, those are schools that got plenty of money.
Right, but are they paying? Are they paying the
if they could get a similar athletic program to some of them schools down south, I'm sure they'll come up with the money. That's a huge investment.
They got to come up with the money to make those kids not to go to those big names. A lot of times, college students, they want to go to the big names.
Yeah, I get it.
They get on the big stage. So you asking this 18-year-old kid that been wanting to go to Alabama his whole life, maybe live in Alabama. You telling him that he go north because of what's going on in politics? I just don't see him doing it.
But I mean, what about the fact that you may start having the African-American community not only saying don't play for the team, they ain't watching the games, they ain't attending the games. I mean, it ain't just the players. People pay good money to go see those games too. All of a sudden, they ain't in the stands no more. Maybe people on the band ain't playing no more. I mean, it could spread and go in many different ways.
I mean, I would have to see it, Tim. And you're right. Everything you're saying is correct. I agree with you, but I would have to just see it. A lot of people, they gonna go where the money at.
What would you do? What would you do if you were one of the top prospects and you had an Alex Sharpton or I'm trying to see Hakeem Jeffries or some of the well-known members? The NAACP was telling you, son, we need you for our people. What they're doing to our people is wrong. You're going to be somebody that's got to live with this. I'm in my 50s. Young son, you're the one that's coming up. This is your vote at risk. We need you. What would you do?
Just like Jerry Maguire, show me the money.
That's
Show
all.
me the money. Show me the money. I mean, I'm in a situation where I can take care of my family. So I hear what you're saying, and I hate to be selfish for myself.
That's what you're
I
doing.
also got to do what I got to do for my family.
So you're telling me, well, first of all, it ain't like you're going to go from making a killing if you do it this way to making nothing if you do it that way. The money is still.
Hold on, Tim. These kids are getting $200,000 or $300,000 in NIL deal and coming out of high school. So these 18-year-olds coming to high school like they've been in the NFL already. Not all, but some. The elite ones, the ones that's really performing.
So show you the money, or you gonna keep playing for what they perceive as the enemy.
I gotta go after the money, and you gotta keep in mind too, Tim. Somebody 18, they're not really into the politics like that. I've never met somebody that was 18 that's into politics like that. A lot of young people, they gonna go after the money. I gotta feed my family. This is an opportunity for me to, feed my family, and I gotta do it.
You 18, you don't have a family yet.
Well, I'm talking about, how I go. You gotta take care of mama.
You just trying to get another Cadillac, son. We need you.
See, I think that's racist, Tim. What makes you think I want a Cadillac because I'm black? I don't mean I like Cadillacs, Tim. You acting just like them, Tim. You just here and said, what about a Cadillac? I don't drive Cadillacs, Tim.
Okay, listen. The point I'm making is this. You can either help out your own kind and future generations that look like you, or you can put a nice sound system in your car and some shiny things on the wheels. That's what it sounds like.
At the age I'm at now, 41, of course I would do it for my people. But I'm just thinking, if I was 18, I would go after what I perceive what my dream is. If my dream was to go to Alabama my whole life, and this is my opportunity, and they could give me the money to go out there, I could better my situation. I got to do what I got to do, Tim. So I'm not going to put that much pressure on this new generation, 18, 19-year-olds,
Would it help if some of the professionals, like let's say Deion Sanders and even some of the professionals that are currently playing that are black, that may get behind us, would it help if maybe one of them came and tried to talk to some of these folks and let them know you still can make the money?
Well, that's what's going. Maybe if Deion get to a big name like that, may be able to convince some, but not just the average person. Going to go up to him and talk to him. Maybe like a Deion or a big name like that.
Yeah. Well, now that I don't.
Travis Hunter.
Go ahead.
No, so just like Travis Hunter, Deion was able to go down there and sell it to him, and he was able to perform in NFL now, so he can sell it. Deion definitely can sell it.
Yeah. Well, now that I don't talk to you, I believe folks like that absolutely need to get out there and sell it, because you're making it clear this is at risk. I mean, you making it clear some of these folks are not going to join.
And it is not even the 18, it's their parents too, Tim. It's their parents looking at it like, nah, you need to go get this education right here, this free scholarship right here.
Well, the scholarship ain't
the
scholarship ain't the issue. What the issue is the money. Because if you got a free scholarship to play for Clemson, you're gonna get a free scholarship in a free education just about anywhere in the fucking country. Hell, Harvard might even take you because you can make money for them on their team. So you got a scholarship. You ain't gonna lose your scholarship because you left Alabama. If you can get in here because you play sports at that level, every school in the country gonna take you in. You can get a scholarship. That's the easy part.
But it's just about the money now, Tim. They gotta pay them. They gotta pay. You know, and I hate that we're in that type of society, but they gonna go after that money. They gonna go after them, you know, the gold chains and the diamonds and the Escalades, as you say, you know.
Throw in their voter and possibly throw everybody's vote away behind them. I understand though. I do understand. Money does talk. Money does, and that's why it's hard to get ahead, because people do know a lot of folks can be bought. Which is why I asked. I think it was Stick earlier. I asked him, who do we have that's a good leader? You got to get somebody that people will listen to, because you're going to have a lot of folks out here that are like that are so focused on money. You need somebody that can talk to them, that they listen to. I guess maybe Obama. Maybe Obama go around and talk to some of these kids.
No, you got to be a coach. You got to be a coach, somebody that's an athlete. They don't want to hear it from Obama. Maybe when he was in office, maybe. But now, Obama, nah. Maybe like I say, like a Deion. Deion can sell it. A Deion. He can sell it.
Wow.
You know, but that's just the average person. They gonna go after the money, Tim.
We got an uphill battle. We got a battle on our hands then, based on what you're saying. That's somebody, and I see in the comments, Fuzzer said LeBron. You think LeBron can sell it?
I mean, but see, the thing about whoever gonna sell it, Tim, they gotta get in there and really be pro-black. They gotta really speak pro-black. You can't go in there and tap dance and be both sides, and you gotta go in there. Hey, they fucking our people over. Black people, straight direct with it. You can't be it's for everybody. No, our people's getting fucked over in this situation. We need your help. Straight to the point.
I don't know how well LeBron would be at speaking on civil rights issues, but he ain't got nothing to lose at this point. He's a billionaire, so it ain't like he's worried about his money being at risk. He's already in a generational wealth standpoint.
Well, you're right, Tim. I was just thinking football, but you're right though. Yeah, he definitely can sell it to the basketball players for sure, Tim. LeBron definitely can sell it to the back and other athletes too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
The reason why I came up to Tim, when you keep saying, why does Trump get away with this? Why does he get away with the taxes? Why does he able to run the White House like he wants to? It's very simple, Tim.
Thank you, Chip.
He's white.
You think Biden could have done this?
Nah.
Is he not white?
I ain't got a little leeway, but why Trump getting away because he's white, Tim? It ain't no other reason why he can get away. A black man wouldn't be able to get away with that.
I don't think it's just because Trump.
That's it.
I don't know.
What else could it be?
I think
you can see a black man getting away with that. Everything that Trump, you see Obama getting away with it.
No, I don't see Obama getting away with it, but I do believe there's more to it than him just being white. I think he is part of. When they talk about what did they call them clubs where you see the triangle on the back of $1? What are those clubs called? Skull and Bones and all that shit. He ain't just white. He is in the in crowd. I don't think any white guy could do what he did.
Yeah, but to get into that crowd, you have to be white. The crowd you're talking about, you have to be white to get in that crowd.
That's part of it, not all of it.
That's part of it. But you're white. His white race is getting him in that crowd out the gate. That's what getting him in there.
There's gotta be somebody black by now that's in that club.
Ooh, like a Byron Donalds, Tim Buck Dancing Scott.
I think Michael Jordan, or I think a Magic Johnson or Michael Jordan or Oprah could get in there if they really wanted to.
You just said everybody use his name had money. Got money.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's the only way you get in.
That's it. That's the way. Yeah, if you get, they're not even gonna let Michael Jordan in. They're not gonna let Oprah in. It's just like the administration now. They're not letting no blacks in, Tim. It's the same shit. They got one dude over there over DHS, but he's a joke.
You got to be I think there may be room for one or two blacks if you're a certain type of black, and that is a Tim Scott or a Clarence Thomas type.
Well, the thing about that, Tim, you always got to have a bullhorn. Those guys are bullhorns. So when they pull the racist bullshit, we can tap, Tim Scott, Byron Donalds, and all them on the shoulder and say, hey, man, go out there and defend us. Tell them we like black people. And that's what they do.
Yeah.
They're nothing but bullhorns. That's all they are. We just tapped in with some racist shit go on. We're going to make a phone call and tell them, hey, go out there and defend us. You know we like you, brother. We like you, brother.
Well, what about me? I give credit to my beloved MAGA. Popel in the comments says, maybe you could get in, Tim. He's suggesting that maybe I could get in.
No. You in the center. You can't get in, Tim. You can't get in.
I'm too damn poor. So
you've been too critical of Donald Trump already. You can't get in.
That's what I was saying, is that I think they could have room possibly for an African American, but there's got to be somebody who is not always promoting racial issues and talking about civil rights and shit. Which, I'm trying to think of somebody. Michael Jordan is a good example. He don't really push hardcore black issues.
They might let him in.
Yeah.
He's a billionaire. But at the same time, Tim, when he walk out that door, they laughing at his ass. You hear me? Yeah. We deal with him just because who he is. His name is getting him through that door. And once his ass get up out of here, same with Donald, Tim Scott, all those guys, when they walk out that room, when it's just them in there, they talk cash shit about him. They
doing what you just talked about with the athletes in the NIL deals. Tim Scott and Byron Donalds, and I'm saying, give me the money. Yeah, I'm not doing maybe what's in the best interest of black people, but they're showing me the money. Tim Scott and Byron Donalds and fucking Candace Owens, none of them would be making, none of them would be making the kind of money they making right now. They're making a ton of money because of the side of the aisle they're on.
No, they doing that because they think they're white, Tim. That's their problem. Yeah, they think yes, they do. They think they're white. They want to be white so bad, like your MAGA React guy. He want to be white so bad. He want to be white so bad. He should ass up, Tim.
I don't.
Those Byron Donalds, Tim Scott, they want to be white so bad. Look at their spouse. Look at their wives. Look at their husbands. They want to be white. They want to be. Let me say this, Tim. They want to be accepted by the white crowd. Let me say that. They want to be accepted.
I think you're overlooking the fact that they're getting paid a ton of money. Officer Tatum is making a ton of money doing that stuff.
But Tim, you had to act that way before you started getting the money. The money came. You start acting that way. They didn't come before they came. Before they got money, they was already doing that drifting shit.
Maybe.
Tap dancing, but no. They was tap dancing, buck dancing. That's what got them the money, Tim. Here's the buck dancing and tap dancing. That's what got them the money. Is them buck dancing and tap dancing.
The point I'm making is, I think that particularly Officer Tatum, who takes the opposite side of virtually every police shooting, I think that guy is defending stuff that he don't even agree with because it's more lucrative to do so. I don't even believe he agrees with some of it. He believes some of the stuff he is saying. Some of them I do believe they believe what they're saying. Officer Tatum is one I think is doing it as a grip. He's got millions of subscribers. He's making, like Candace Owens, she might fit what you're talking about. She feels like she's part of that community, wants to be accepted. I think Candace Owens maybe is somebody who actually believes what she's saying because she's one against Trump. Officer Tatum, on the other hand, I don't cry, when my family passed out. And then he's crying when Charlie Kirk gets shot. Officer Tatum is just trying to get paid.
Well, he want to get paid and he want to be accepted in the white crowds, Tim. He want to be accepted in the white. He want to go to the White House. He want to say, "That's my black friend right there. We got one good one right there." That's what he wants. Yeah. If it's getting money, they getting money. They getting paid. Don't ever get it twisted. They getting paid, Tim. But they goddamn doing a lot of ass kissing. They want to be white. Those people want to be white. Like I say, your MAGA reacts. He's the word. Tim, I listen to your show just to listen to MAGA react sometimes because he says the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life.
MAGA reacts believes what he's saying.
Tim, hold on. We can get off of this. You remember when MAGA react? Remember when Donald Trump's ankle was swollen about last year? Remember?
Yeah.
You remember what MAGA react said trying to defend Trump? My ankle swell too sometimes.
But he's right. Mine swell. If I drive, I used to be an over-the-road driver. My ankles will swell.
Nah, I bet his shit ain't swelling like Donald Trump.
No,
I don't want to hear that shit.
Well, he's not. He's also not 80.
Yeah, exactly. So a person like MAGA Reacts, to me, he's one of the worst type of people. He want to be in the in crowd so bad, and they keep showing him you're not with the in crowd. You're not part of us. And that's the crazy my issue with Black MAGA. Like right now, where's Black MAGA right now, Tim? Them motherfuckers quiet.
No, they not. I talked to Black. Duke is Black. No, Duke is Black MAGA. He's still there. Officer Tatum's still online. Candace ain't Black MAGA no more, but they're still there.
Yeah, well, you got a few of them. Where's the big crowd at? I'm talking about just the average Black MAGA, the ones that was voting would ride with Trump before the election. Where those guys at? I don't see them nowhere on TikTok. They running scared right now because they can't defend his bullshit. And anybody like a MAGA React to say Donald Trump is not racist, you're fucking lost, dog.
Yeah, I disagree with you. I mean, Lumberjack is Black MAGA. He's still on here defending. AJ is Black MAGA. He's still on here. I mentioned Duke. Duke is Black MAGA. They're still here. They still exist. I don't know. You just ain't seeing them.
Well, that may be what it is. That might be what it is. But that's on TikTok, Tim. Yeah, but they can't defend Trump's issue.
You breaking up.
Yeah. Issue with Black MAGA. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Say that again. I didn't hear what you said though.
Okay. This is my issue. Well, what Black MAGA thought, this is what Black MAGA thought was gonna happen. They thought Trump was gonna get in office, give them a lot of love, and they were gonna be able to look at all the Miss Harris support and say, hey, look, I told y'all Trump was a good guy. I told you he wasn't racist. And he showed y'all every goddamn thing that he's the totally opposite.
Bro, I don't think they would agree with that. And I'll tell you this. They believe the Democrat Party is so. They also believe the Democrat Party is so fucked up in the direction that the Democrats want to lead this country in. It's so dangerous that they'll overlook a few controversial statements about Trump. They don't want girls and men playing in the same sports, using the same bathrooms. They don't want anybody coming over here without any background check. They don't want Iran getting bombs. They believe that even though Trump says a couple crazy things, he is still far better than what the Democrats are offering. That's what they believe.
No, that ain't what that might be what
Look in the comments. Bakeball says it. Damn right. Bakeball even agrees. And so, go ahead, though.
Hey, he's a white T. I don't hear nothing he say to him.
Oh, my God.
Of course he's going to feel that way. He's a white boy.
What the hell does that got to do with it?
So he's a mixed guy out of Arkansas. He says he's mixed.
Oh, my God.
He's fucking confused. He's fucking confused, Tim. He's white, he's black. Like he said, I go to my black people for Thanksgiving, and I go to my white people. Exactly. Why they don't come together? Because we're in a fucking racist society. That's why. That's why you can't sit at the table with both of your families, because they're fucking racist. And he's so fucking lost. He's so fucking confused. He's mixed. He don't know what side to be accepted by. He all over the fucking place. He want to hang with the black, but he's not rough enough. He can't hang with the whites because he's not white enough. So he's fucked all the way over, Tim.
That's a no man. That's true no man's land. Top dog, I gotta move it on. Yeah. I know you tried to get through the last couple of days. We'll see what we can make sure we make something happen for you. So I appreciate it.
All right, Tim. Appreciate you.
Good talk as always. All right, moving on with the program. I need you guys to get me up to 90,000. We might get over the 100,000 hump if some of you folks would tap the screen. A little bit of some lazy hands there. We got almost 200 of you in here, so we should certainly be able to do that. Tap the screen, get us up to 90,000. We'll take the next caller. Shirt 14 says, win, top dog. Good conversation with dog. Appreciate that. In the comments, no one needs to set anything up to fight. Oh, you guys are still talking amongst each other. They ain't agree to shit. They're completely rejecting the Fed's ridiculous case. Let me scroll up. What happened is my feed is frozen. Glad I'm the only one who sees how fucking stupid MAGA reacts. You're not. He says, I'm glad I'm not the only one who sees how fucking stupid MAGA reacts. Listen, he has a defensive opinion for President Trump. He sees things a bit different. So what can we say? Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Tap the screen, get us up to 90,000. Thank goodness it was taking too long to get the D. White people who were guilty of everything. I don't get what you're trying to say there, handsome conservative. That last part of that. So Black MAGA is common sense. Depends on who you ask. I mean, Black MAGA, for the most part, believes in the same things that Trump believes in. So if you think what Trump is promoting is common sense, then yeah. If you otherwise, some people think it's racism. Depends on who you talk to. But I've said this when folks talk about how, the crazy direction liberals are taking this country and how they're trying to destroy the country and all of this stuff and, all of this crazy stuff. I will say this. It's a lot easier to be a Republican politician than it is to be a Democratic politician. For the simple fact is, the Democrats have to answer to Black voters. They got to listen to what the Hispanics want. The feminists is in their ear. The transgender and gays are in their ear. They got to listen to the Muslims. They're in their ear. All of these folks are trying to get their piece of the pie, their seat at the table. That's what a Democratic politician got to deal with, all of that stuff. Because the Democrat politicians oftentimes are in big cities where you have a lot of diversity and all of that shit exists there. Republican politicians, their job is much easier. Straight, white, Christian males. As long as you adhere to what they want, you're good to go. Because the other members of their party, women are for the most part going to be saying the same thing the straight white Christian males are. They're going to, the religious hierarchy, God, man, woman, child. So the women are going to be backing up their husbands generally. Blacks and Hispanics, for the most part, do not have the same issues and complaints that typical Blacks and Hispanics complain about. They're going to sound very similar to what the straight white Christian males are talking about. So you don't really have to focus on things that normally the Black or the Hispanic communities are talking about. Because these folks that are conservative, they sound just like the white guys. And of course, the Muslims, the transgender and gays, and the feminist communities are almost viewed like enemies when it comes to the conservative party. So they ain't listening to them at all. They're not even talking to those folks. So it's just far, far easier to be a Republican politician because you don't have a bunch of people sitting at the table talking about they want you to hear their issues. It's just one group of people. That's it. You ain't talking to feminists. You ain't talking to trans and gays. You ain't talking to Muslims. You ain't even listening to them. So it makes it a lot easier. Looking in the comments here, do you think African swallows can communicate with magpies? I don't think it's relevant. Iran got done bad if bro doing that because their minds in the straight and they kill all the people, huh? They kill all the people protesting. I don't know how much of that I believe. I'll tell you this. Because we're being told that Iran is the world's largest state sponsor of terror. Have you ever thought that one man's terrorism is another man's self-defense, another man's fight for freedom? Here's the point I'm trying to make. Get us up to 90,000. We'll take the next caller. We call folks in Iran that are in their country while we're attacking, that are shooting back at us while we're attacking. We call them terrorists. They're at home defending their homeland. How the hell are they terrorists? We're attacking their country and they're in terror. Just like we called the ones in Iraq insurgents and terrorists. You're in their country actively trying to kill them and they're terrorists? So one man's terrorist could be another man's form of self-defense or freedom fighter. We call a lot of people terrorists, in my opinion, that don't fit the definition of the word. Also, we commit a lot of the same acts and we don't view them as terrorism or acts of terrorism. If Iran tries to control the Strait of Hormuz, shoots boats that are going through the international waters, by the way. Strait of Hormuz is international waters. They're firing upon boats that are sailing through international waters, denying people passage, laying mines. We call all of that terrorism. They're stopping international commerce. All of that is viewed by us as terrorism. Now, come to our neck of the woods. We're shooting boats that we claim have drugs on them. We're stopping Cuba from receiving oil from Venezuela. International waters. We have no reason to stop Cuba from receiving oil. No different than what Iran is doing in the Strait of Hormuz. We're doing the same thing. It's not called terrorism. It's not called terrorism. It's the same thing. We have absolutely no reason to stop a starving nation like Cuba from receiving oil supplies from Venezuela or whoever else wants to send them there. We just decided we don't want you to receive it anymore. Just like Iran decided, well, we don't want you to ship boats through the Strait. It's the same thing. In one case it's terrorism, and in other case we got some kind of reason for why it's legit. It's not legit. It's not legit when they do it. It's not legit when we do it. So you got to be cautious about who's telling you somebody is a terrorist, because we're doing taking over Greenland for whatever purpose we deem. What's the difference? We're kind of doing some of the same stuff, and we're just not calling it terrorism when we do it, but it is when they do it. Domestic terrorists are running wild lately in D.C.'s safe city. That's because this administration is hateful as fuck, says Kimmy. Yikes. Yeah, some would agree. The USA and Israel are the problem, says Rex Boy. Some would agree with that too. Are we at 90,000? Tap the screen, get the likes up. How are so many Hispanics still riding with this criminal? It's exactly what my last caller said. I was asking him, should collegiate athletes, should they refuse to play for Southern schools due to the Voting Rights Act being repealed? And he said, no, they're going to be first thing about show me the money. Well, that applies to Hispanics you're talking about and blacks that support Trump. A lot of folks are voting for Trump because they believe their finances will be better off. A lot of folks don't vote for every issue, or maybe they're not seeing racism in their life or something that other blacks may be crying out about. Maybe they own a business, and for them, a tax cut is the biggest reward that they're seeking. So that's why some folks are still riding with Trump, is that they may be a single issue voter. If the Second Amendment is a huge, huge issue to you, maybe you own a gun store, maybe you live in a liberal state and you don't want the Second Amendment infringed on. That might be your biggest issue. You should vote right. You shouldn't vote left if that's your biggest issue. Maybe you're pro-life. You don't believe in harming the unborn. You should vote right. You shouldn't vote left if that's what you believe. And we can go down the line with transgender. You don't want immigrants coming to there. There's a bunch of different reasons. If those are your single issues and you're focused more on that than racial issues or some of this other shit, you should vote to the right. So yeah, there's a lot of legitimate reasons. Or if you believe Iran is getting a nuclear bomb, if you actually believe that, you should vote to the right. This Iran war has been the biggest disaster I have ever seen, says Freedom Fighter. It doesn't look good. I'm not going to pretend like it looks like it does not look good at all. It does not look good. Bake Boss in the comments says, come in legally. That's a ruse. That's a ruse. You can look at what President Trump is doing, and it's pretty clear that they're not just after illegal immigrants. They're after people coming here legally as well. And they've done a lot of things. Like, for instance, you used to be able to come here legally, and once you were here for a certain period of time, you could apply for a green card. They're now making it so you got to go back home to do that. When I was in Australia, I was able to go there and then apply for residency while I was there. They didn't tell me I had to go back to the United States to do that. He's targeting a lot of ways to come here legally and outlawing them too. It ain't just about illegal immigrants with Trump. I mean, they've increased the amount sponsors must pay to have you stay here. So let's say you got a job with Google or something as a software engineer or something like that. Google sponsored you. We guaranteed this person will be paid $90,000 a year. We're going to cover their health care and benefits. They're not on the system. Well, Trump came along and said, no, you can't bring anybody unless you're sponsoring them for $200,000-$300,000. I forget what he raised the number up to, but it's high enough that most companies are not, I'm not going to sponsor anybody at that level. That's a legal way of entry that has just been wiped out. So he's done that to a lot of legal ways of entry. So yeah, it goes way beyond just coming here legally. They're doing all kinds. I mean, he's banned every third world country from coming here. So there's a ton of countries now. There is no legal way to get here. He's essentially stopped about half the planet from being able to come here legally at all. So no, the idea that it's only about come here legally is wrong. That's not true. And somebody in the comments said, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it is you're claiming it's only about illegal immigrants. It's not. Say what it's actually about. If you think it's okay to ban folks from coming here legally as well, fine. But call it what it is. He's not just targeting illegal immigrants. He's targeting lots of folks that are coming here legally as well. Not to mention they're trying to get rid of citizens too. They're trying to put together a committee and they'll go through your application with a fine-tooth comb and look for anything you lied about and deport you. Goddess, good evening.
Oh, I didn't try to come up. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'll go ahead and drop you. Appreciate it though. Thank you. Tap the screen. We'll move it on. She was in there for a while. Didn't know that. Let me bring up the next guest. We'll go to King Finn, a man so dope he got his own theme music. Cedric Haney, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Some of you folks help your boy out the TikTok cap. Had mustache goals, if you will. Did they bring him up? I tried to bring up, we'll go to Big Bird. Don't know what's happening with the guests. We'll go to Big Bird. I think my callers may be blocked or something. Tap the screen. How are so many Hispanics? Oh, I saw that. Yeah, what's looking like is my screens are freezing. I may have to reset this. No, MAGA doesn't care about law and order. This whole immigration bullshit is a fucking joke. That's not what's causing the problem in the country. It's rich people. Full fucking stop. I gotta agree with a lot of that. He says MAGA doesn't care about law and order. The fact that a lot of MAGA is silent on Trump indicating he wants to pay people who beat up cops. The fact that he pardoned them. When you hear about liberal activist judges letting people out of, some liberal judge released a kid in the urban area, got mistreated by the system, so he's giving him a second chance, and then the kid goes back out and commits another felony. And you hear people on the right, he needs to be taken off the bench. He's an activist liberal judge letting out criminals. The left is too soft on crime. Do you realize how many of the J6 people that Trump pardoned went on to reoffend and commit additional felonies? MAGA is totally silent on that. The same group of people that would go apeshit about a judge that let a bad guy out that went and done something bad again, they're totally silent. I mean, some of the folks that have gotten out via Trump's pardons have done some pretty bad shit. One of them got into a shootout with a state trooper and they had to kill him. Another one was walking around trying to take the life of Hakeem Jeffries. They caught him in a political assassination plot. There are wife beaters and child molesters and all kinds of shit in that group. Not one peep out of MAGA. But they'll go right after another liberal leftist judge that lets somebody out. So I do got to bring that up, is that when the viewer says that MAGA don't seem to care about law and order, look, Colin Kaepernick took a fucking knee during the anthem, and folks said he was disrespecting the flag, disrespecting the anthem, disrespecting the country. On January 6th, MAGA clapped on top of the fucking Capitol building, took down Old Glory and put a MAGA flag up. They were called patriots. Patriots. So there is a bit of night and day hypocrisy with this stuff. There is definitely some night and day hypocrisy with this stuff. So yeah, the idea that it's the law and order pro-police party, I don't see that. When you got a guy on video that was pepper spraying a cop or beating a cop or they're crushing a cop or yelling, take his gun, and that guy gets a pardon, and you're saying you're pro-law enforcement, pro-police at the same time, that doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. Did they get pardons after acquiring new charges, Tim? No, but they shouldn't have got them after the old charges. No, that would be like a leftist liberal judge letting out a bad guy. And then he goes out and robs a liquor store. No, he didn't get let go after the second crime. But the argument is he shouldn't have got let go after the first. That's the point. No, they shouldn't have been pardoned to begin with. Now, are there some people that may have gotten railroaded by Biden's Justice Department after January 6th? If so, you go through the cases and you address them. There are some people who did not get railroaded. There are some of those January 6th protesters that you're 100% certain this person did not get railroaded. You're 100% certain that if you saw them doing what they did to a cop, you would want them to be punished. So, yeah, he should have went through the list. Yeah, if somebody was just on the lawn and didn't go into the Capitol building. No, they don't belong in prison. So you go through the list and you find the ones that are allegedly being mistreated. But he pardoned everybody. He pardoned everybody, and there's no excuse for that. Let's tell the truth. 90% of the people that try to overthrow and coup their country was Caucasian European descent. Well, on January 6th, yeah, that crowd was over. Probably was more than 90%. Probably that crowd on January 6th was probably over 99%. Over 99%, because it was thousands of people. It was over 99%. Stick. Good evening.
Yeah, so I came back up just for one reason and one reason only. Hey man, you really need to take in consideration what I sent you. It's not for your other half, your beloved MAGA. It was for you, bro. It was for another black man to understand that using the word blacks is racially is not good. Let's just put it that way. And then also when it comes to gangster grandma, bruh. It's simple. It's the same thing I'm saying about the blacks thing. It's the same thing, bro. Like Gen X, I've had him on my platform, and I just told him like straight up, you went too far.
Okay, even if he went too far, that's why I believe in free speech. She came up next. Your job is to tell him that. What she wants me to do is let her insult and criticize everybody. But then when they insult and criticize her, defend her. That's not how the program works. I'm not playing.
No. So again, when she came up, that's what she thought I was doing, but it wasn't. I was saying, nah, Gigi, I believe in what you're saying, or I think what you're saying needs to be said, but it's not what you're saying, it's how you say it.
But she's attacking me for not going after him for what he said.
Well, she's attacking you because you a black man allowing a white T-man to say the things that he's saying.
Yeah, but once again, like I said, it's about free speech, not picking and choosing who to defend. Because she says a lot of anti-white shit. Hold on. She says a lot of anti-white shit. Am I supposed to let that pass?
You can tell her about it.
But that's not free speech at that point.
Well, the whole thing of it ain't free speech anyway, not on a platform. That's number one. Number two, free speech is supposed to be towards the government. It's not. If gangster grandma is being racial, or you feel like she's talking about the white man too much.
You don't feel that way?
Well, when she's arguing with you and y'all going back and forth, that's a whole other thing. At this point, like you said the other day, he's 100% on your side, but she was still giving me the business. Now, when the smoke clears, that's when I say, check this out, gangster grandma. This is what I was saying. This is just my opinion. I believe you can do the same thing and have an understanding versus just gangster grandma ain't coming back up. She ain't supporting you. Y'all ain't talking. Because regardless of the fact, y'all already got a TikTok relationship that's like no other. She's one of your guests that gives and gives, and don't mind doing it. She comes up, she does.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all that, and I appreciate her support, but I make it clear I cannot be a guest that defends one guest. And in her case, it's particularly difficult because she is such an aggressive attack person. So it ain't like she's some sweet old lady and somebody says something awful about her and why you didn't defend me. She's always launching attacks. So she makes a hard person to defend when attacked.
So she got a little Trump in her. I'm not saying that she don't.
A little.
What I am saying is this. As a black man, Tim, she takes offense that you ain't saying shit to them, but to us, and I do mean us, as being leftists, liberals, Democrats, you got so much damn pushback for us. It's ridiculous, bro. And you let them slide, bro.
All of that.
They don't say the craziest shit, but when it comes to us, you got so much damn pushback. I mean, MAGA reaction.
You're wrong.
Like, I'm surprised his ass don't get banned for misinformation and false ass, dumb ass shit he be saying.
You don't see me pushing back with MAGA Reacts, really, or Straight Talk. You ain't never seen that? I mean, I push back with them constantly.
Listen, it's a different type of pushback. And again, they're your beloved MAGA. You don't never ever say your beloved liberals?
My lovely liberals. How about that?
Democrats. you start the show off by being goddamn one way.
Oh, come on. You know what's crazy? You would say that because MAGA don't see that shit at all. Both parties. Hold on. Here's when you know you're close to the middle. When everybody fucking hates you. The liberals are calling me a sellout, Uncle Tom, or Ratty Raccoon, as she says, and the right are calling me fucking TDS and saying that I'm, what do they say, a libtard or whatever. Both sides. When you're in the middle when you're getting that.
So this is my spiel, Tim. My spiel is this: you go into the MAGA Live, you see how they talk to you see how they treat you, you see how what they got going on. Then you got all of these other people. I mean, I'm pretty sure you got maybe one or two, DJ Julio, somebody like that gives. But majority of the people that give is the people that just sit there for hours listening to this bullshit. Whether it's the handsome conservatives, whether it's MAGA React.
Thank you, Donnie.
With any of your damn MAGA straight talk, all of them stupid mother. Anyway, it's always them that we sit back up here, we listen. I fell asleep listening to these stupid motherfuckers, man. I'm like, it gets to the point where you get sick of it, and we have fucking lives saying, look, when I go out there and I holler at Tim, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say that because I'm sick of Tim just letting shit slide, and you do. And now again, what I sent you was for you. It wasn't for, half is gonna like and half ain't. It ain't about them half. It's about you. You dig down inside and say, you know what? He taught me something. I shouldn't be saying that. I'm not gonna say it. That's the start that we need. If you can get it, if you can understand it, and if you can spread the word, maybe your beloved MAGA will listen to you since you're so fair to them and you let them fucking talk. You need to be the mediator. If you're in the middle, you need to be the mediator and say, look, I've listened to both sides, and I don't think what Stick is saying is wrong.
The point I'm making is...
Maybe I didn't know that saying blacks with an S was like racial. But now that I know, I'm going to start doing it.
MAGA ain't going to listen to me. MAGA ain't going to listen to me no more than you against the grandma. Against the grandma ain't going to listen to shit I say. Neither is MAGA.
But see, that's the point right there. If MAGA ain't gonna listen to you, why would you still platform them and listen to fucking them? I would treat
the same reason why I listen to liberals. I mean, we come in the middle. Hopefully, you agree with some shit. You don't agree with some shit. There's plenty of liberals that don't listen to everything I say either.
No, I'm not saying that we do because we're not clucks. We're not goddamn cult members. We're not gonna listen to everything that anybody says. But the point is, again, if they're truly a friend, right? If they're truly a person that's like, they ain't got no racial whatever in them, they will listen to what I'm saying. They will listen to what you're saying. And they will be like, you know what? I never looked at it like that. But being that you show
Some of them would. Some of them would. Some of them would.
Now, the only person that wouldn't do that is MAGA Reacts. I already know. He's going to fight.
Shit, Gangsta Grandma wouldn't do it.
No, Gangsta Grandma can do it. But you hype her up, man.
What the fuck? Gangsta, hold on. You are flat out wrong. Usually I say Gangsta Grandma, hello. I'm sick of your ugly bald head. I ain't hyping her if she comes on the program like that.
But look, that's mild. Yo, silly bald headed. That's mild, bro.
If I had a MAGA, hold on. If I had even one MAGA that were opening up like that, you guys would be saying I was not pushing back hard enough.
Oh, trust me, but that's GG. So we get it. Just like
you sound like MAGA.
Just like we know that's MAGA Reacts, and you're gonna let him tie himself into a pretzel and a knot and everything else. But that's what happens. So again, before you even let one of them up, what do you say? My beloved MAGA.
I think you sound like MAGA making excuses for Trump when you make excuses for Gangsta. Well, that's Gangsta Grandma. You sound like what MAGA said. Well, that's just what he says. That's how he is.
No, that's your TikTok wifey. She can do that. I can't do that.
She divorced me. So she's not my wife anymore.
Well, she divorced you because she feel like as her TikTok hubby, you ain't do shit. You let him call. Think about that now. I just want you to realize And if Gen X can hear me, he already know I told him that in his own DM, that was some bullshit. And I didn't appreciate it. But a color cut, come on, man. Ain't nobody on that, bro. Like, if you'd have been in front of anybody and like he was saying that outside, he better be ready.
What is uncooked meat, uncooked protein? They got salmonella. I don't know if you realize how awful some of the shit Gangsta Grandma be saying.
Uncooked protein is better than colored cut.
In your opinion.
No. Ain't no. In my opinion, first of all, he used the word color. That right there alone, just like blacks, is racial. He's using the derogatory way.
I'm going to.
On top of that, to call any woman a cunt, that's a problem. You know that.
I'm going to tell you the same thing I often tell MAGA when they claim that it's wrong to call Trump a fascist or whatever. And I bring up when you're calling liberal socialists. My point is simple. If you don't want to be insulted, don't insult. Well, your insult's worse than mine. No, if you don't want to be in that game, you don't want to get dirty, don't jump in the mud. The minute you start flinging insults, you don't get to dictate what level the person can throw back at you. She throws insults. She does that.
So if she's insulting you, right? She's insulting you. That's you and
she ain't calling me uncooked protein. She ain't talking about me. She's talking about white people.
Listen to what I'm saying. But when she's insulting you with the uncooked protein, you like the, she's insulting you, correct?
Yeah, she insults the hell out of me too, yeah.
Okay, so then Gen X needs to sit the fuck down, stay in the house, watch and eat some sandwiches. That's what his ass needs to do. He needs to stay the fuck out of y'all conversation, the black conversation, and stay the fuck home, right? And stay out of the fucking comments saying anything that would actually put it on you, because now you're reading the comment and then you laughed at it. You did laugh at it. So Gangsta Grandma has a right to be like, okay, first of all, me and you having an A and B conversation. He need to see his fucking way out of it.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this specifically. And by the way, folks, help you brought the hat mustache TikTok cap goes. Been trying to get a little bit of love. Juice 97, or what it says, 197 in the comments says, why is the guest capping for Gangsta Grandma? Somebody has a question for you.
I'm not capping for Gangsta Grandma. Like I said, she says what needs to be said, but I feel that she gets bammed too many times and she gets knocked off the show. So simply put, Gangsta Grandma, this is Stick saying, I think you should change the way that you're talking to Tim and any other guest so you don't get bammed. And that's the God honest truth. I'm not telling you what to do. It's your choice. You get bammed anyway. That's on you.
I gotta agree with you, Stick. I'll tell you something. I gotta agree with you, Stick, because I'll say this. I get hammered by folks like you and Gangsta Grandma for letting a white guest refer to blacks as colored or whatever you want to, black people as colored or whatever. But hold on, I heard it. I caught it, goddammit. Hang on. But shit, slow down. I get hammered by allowing a white guest to say it. But understand, when I let Gangsta Grandma say her speech, I don't just my show gets taken down. I probably had 10 shows taken down for letting Gangsta Grandma have free speech. So when I say I'm pro free speech, I mean it. I mean, okay, he says something she didn't like or something you think is disrespectful to black people. What Gangsta Grandma says can cost me support, can cost me viewership, I've had pages that get suspended for anywhere between 3 days and a week because I let her speak. So how does it look to let her say whatever, but then I'm gonna be all over somebody else?
No, I think that's where we are misunderstanding each other. I'm not saying Gangsta Grandma should be able to come up there, berate people and say anything and insult people. What I'm actually telling Gangsta Grandma is, without her thinking I'm telling her what to do, is simply this. Say what you say, just change the way you say it, just like we have to do. Be TikTok friendly. You can get your word out. The uncooked protein, it gets out there because you're not saying exactly what's going on. You're saying he likes uncooked protein. We all get it. For the adults in the room, we get that. Keep saying things like that. You have to use, I don't know.
I gotta move it on.
And passwords and secret
words.
No.
What you can't do, Gangsta Grandma, is come up here and bam Tim's show, and you can't bam yourself. If you want to be heard, you have to switch up how you do it.
Yeah.
Again, Tim, I was a fan of you. I know immediately off the rip, when you used to have these magazines in here, it was like you're welcoming them into the lion's den, right? They're lambs. They don't know what the hell's going on. They're just chilling. They thinking they're safe. But guess what? What they don't know is, even though your name is liberal, you will tear that ass up. I know that.
That's the goal, is to challenge the colors. Hurry up, last one. I got to move it on, but I will just say, just real quick, I'm going to reiterate what I just said, because you said she can just keep saying uncooked protein and stick to that. I'm going to say what I just said. If you don't want to be insulted, do not insult. This is not going to be a case of, well, whose insult is worse. That's what we're dealing with Gangsta Grandma right now. Is that the allegation is the insults lobbed against her are worse than the ones she was lobbing out. If you don't want to be insulted, don't insult. It's as simple as that. Even uncooked protein is not a compliment. You're insulting. Stop doing it if you don't want it coming back.
But again, Tim, I'm telling her to say what you're going to say, but you definitely have to use code words. You cannot use the
Thank you, Alter Ego.
Because guess what? TikTok is listening. TikTok will ban you. So if you want to get your word out, Gangsta Grandma, you have to switch up your delivery.
I don't think she can do it. I don't think she can do it. I've never talked to her without her insulting somebody. I don't think she can do it.
Well, I will say this too. Also, you have a lot of ignorant people, and right now,
Lewis, thank you.
are definitely a lot of ignorant people. Whether it be MAGA React, Straight Talk, all of them be coming up here saying a bunch of foolishness. Now, TikTok is very biased because they will let them say all this disinformation to take up for fucking Trump. But when it comes to me, Gangsta Grandma, or anybody else to say some shit, they quick to ban us, give us violations and all other shit. That's what
I don't have a MAGA guest that is as insulting as Gangsta Grandma. I mean, even what
insulting. I said misinformation and disinformation. They are the leading people with misinformation and disinformation.
Okay.
Especially the MAGA women. They don't know a damn thing. They're just following behind some dumb man that thinks he knows something. That's just like Trump. But the only
I got back because you got liberals that are saying a boy was born a man, he could be a woman. That's misinformation. You can't turn into a fucking woman. I mean, both sides do it. I gotta go, Stick. I do gotta move it on.
Tim, last word.
Go ahead, wrap it up.
What you just said is exactly why we be saying you be fluffing. When did we talk about transgenders?
You know what I'm talking about. I gotta go.
You the fluffer in chief.
All right. I disagree, but I gotta go. Stick.
Ain't you tired of being
Bye. He's quoting that song, Ain't You Tired of Being a Broke Ass Ninja. By the way, something like that I'm willing to accept and even point to the, but I'm supposed to get rid of some MAGA for calling her the C word. Like I said, you guys are throwing out insults and then complaining when they come back at you. This is the same shit I tell MAGA all the time. If you don't want to be insulted, don't launch insults. You know, they wishing for Trump to pass away and they're calling him a fascist. They're posting shit on the internet that is calling. Meanwhile, he's posting all kinds of shit and you laughing at it, calling it a joke. But then when somebody do it to him, you don't like it. If you don't want to be insulted, don't lob insults. I don't play with this whole notion of, well, my insult wasn't as bad as yours, so you're wrong. No. You don't want it to happen. You don't want to get dirty. Don't get in the mud. It's simple as that. Once you get in the mud, you can't control what somebody else sling back at you. I only threw a handful at you. You threw a whole bucket of mud at me. Don't throw it. Looking in the comments here real quick. T2 says, Happy Memorial Day, Tim. Thank you. Thank you for letting us, Donald J. Trump and MAGA supporters, for giving us a voice. We do appreciate that. And got 6 likes on that. I'll give you 7. Appreciate that as well. Absolutely. We're for free speech. So I don't know why it won't let me click like on your statement. I can't click like on that T2, but oh, there we go. All right. Yes, it says happy Memorial Day. Thank you for letting us DJT and MAGA supporters speak, basically for giving us a voice. We do appreciate it. And by the way, I do that at my own peril. I get hammered by the left for letting MAGA speak, and I get hammered by MAGA for letting the left speak. Free speech puts you in a bad predicament sometimes. As right now in the comments, MRC, I can't read that. It was MRC says fluttering in chief. Okay. Fascists are also dangerous. Look, if you can call every fucking liberal a socialist, communist, a Marxist, you have no damn right to complain about somebody calling you a fascist. You just lose that. Because every liberal is not a socialist. We had 8 years of Obama. America did not come remotely close to being a socialist or a communist country. Not even remotely close. Yet they were calling Obama a socialist the whole damn time. So if you can do that, then Trump can be called a fascist. You're in the mud, you're slinging mud, you're going to get dirty. And the idea, when they tried to hurt Trump, just lay off the insults. Quit laughing at this shit that you know is at somebody else's expense. The man literally said, I'm glad Mueller is dead. Now, when something happens to Trump or he's called home, wherever that may be, to me, MAGA has no credibility whatsoever to criticize anybody that says the same about him. You could literally take President Trump's internet post where it says, I'm glad he's dead, and post it when he passed it. There ain't shit you can say. This is a quote for what he said when somebody else died. It's a quote. He said it. So it was okay when he said it. So yeah, I think we've gotten to the point where we've ignored so much in favor, from the guy we may favor, that when it comes back, you're not going to realize it until all the quotes of him saying it. Like him when J.D. Vance and Carolyn Leavitt, I think her name was talking about how wrong it is to call Trump a fascist and how dangerous that is. They didn't realize all of the video of Trump calling Kamala Harris a fascist that exists. Him using the same word that they're claiming could get somebody killed. Don't throw mud if you don't want to get dirty. Lewis, good evening. Welcome to the program. Lewis, are you there? You're on mute, Lewis.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing real good. So do you agree with me when I say don't throw mud if you don't want to get dirty?
No, let them throw mud, man. Let them throw mud. I'm telling you something, and I'm going to say this to you. I think, what's his name? Stick was trying to say the same thing to you. Gangsta Grandma is your show, man. If you got, she's your show dog. I'm telling you right now, she's your show dog. You know how you go to a dog contest?
Mm-hmm.
That's the one you're gonna show right there, brother. Because she gets it. She gets it fired up, and I think she does like you a lot, and she thinks you.
I like Gangsta Grandma, but I see in the comments DJ D says that's not true. Some people, people on the left, the further left you go, the more you like Gangsta Grandma because she pushes back against a guy like me that would give MAGA a fair say. But people on the right don't like her at all.
Tim, I'm not far left. I'm an independent, number one, but I do lean left because I follow I just think they do more to help people of my status.
Okay.
So that's what I feel about them. And I agree with them more on what they do. I don't have no problem with people on the right. I definitely have a problem with MAGA because that's an extreme group that I think is the new Confederacy. That's just me. I just
hold on 1 second. Hold on, Rick. I read a comment from Teddy Owens says, "Build something up, Tim. You 60 plus. You think I'm fucking 60 years? I look 60 to you? Shit. Go ahead, Lewis. He said I'm 60 plus.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Wow. I look good for 60.
You definitely don't look 60.
Thank you.
Like maybe about 55, 60.
I'm not even that. Jeez.
I know that, Tim. You know I know that. I'm just messing with you. Now, you look like what your age is, and that's just the way it is.
Thank you.
You look good. You're not one of those guys who abuse your body with alcohol and drugs and cigarettes and all that, so you look like that,
Yeah, I've never smoked in my life.
The thing of it is, now you could lose about 100 pounds, but...
Fuck no! You think I'm 100? You think I would be waif material? I would be barely over 200 pounds if I lost 100 pounds. I'm in the very, very low threes now. I'm 6'6", and I'm like 306 or something like that. You want me to lose 100 pounds?
Yeah, you'll definitely look like you've been hitting the pipe if you get down there.
Yeah. Well, see, I'll tell you something. If I was standing, people would be like, "Man, you look much smaller." But when I'm sitting, I'm leaning forward, so all the undesirables look like they're rolling together. But if I lost 100 pounds, I would look unhealthy.
I'm just kidding, man. I don't think you need to lose 100 pounds. I've seen you standing up outside trying to sell those bikes years ago. And
Thank you. And I was bigger, right? And I was bigger. Yeah, that is true.
And you didn't look fat then. You just look like you just need to get in shape. That's all it is.
There you go. All right, I'll go with that. I can live with that.
And that's something a lot of us could do is just get in shape. We don't need to lose weight. It's not about how much you weigh. It's how good you feel.
60. I'm just thinking about the gist of this conversation. 60 years old and I can lose 100 pounds. I'm gonna be dead soon, huh?
I had to do that because you said you were 60. I had to do that.
60 and I can lose 100 pounds. I'm gonna be fucking dead soon.
Let me get back to the gangsters. Let me get back to the.
Go ahead.
Let me say this first. Number one, blacks is the new N-word.
I've never heard that before.
Absolutely, blacks is the new way for them to say the N-word. That's all that means when they say that. That's definitely a whistle. So just know that will have been most people that know. For us that know, we know what that means when they say that. And now that you know, you need to put them in check when they say that, because it's not a big deal to put someone in check when they use poor language. I don't think they're intentionally thinking to offend. They just don't know. And if we don't ever say anything to them, they'll keep saying it. So that's the new word that offends.
I don't know anybody that use it, and I talk to people who want to offend, and I don't know a lot of people that use that word.
Well, my thing's like this. Do you ever say the whites?
Yeah.
I don't. I'll say white people, but I won't say the whites.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. The difference is the part in front of it and the BLKS. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's what's offensive because that's the new N-word. I'm telling you. It's definitely.
Well, the reason why I have a hard time seeing it as the new N-word because the N-word has an awful history behind it. Does blacks have an awful history like that behind it?
It does to a lot of black people because number one, you got to think of what they first call us, Tim.
The N-word.
And then they called us the next N-word. What was that?
Colored.
No, it was Negroes.
Okay.
And then they went to.
You think if in modern times, if you're referred to as a Negro, do you see that as insulting too?
I kind of do. I don't know why I don't like that word because I think it's too close to the other N-word. You know what I'm saying? So, but
I'm gonna tell you the same thing. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told him before. With all of the real horrible stuff that's going on, to me, this is so far down. Even if what you're saying is true, this is so far down on the things that I'm offended by that needs to be addressed that it don't trigger me the same way. I mean, they're real, like the Voting Rights Act is something I'm concerned about. That's something that really is tangible. That hurts.
I think it's just as important. I think we can't backslide on any of it. We can't let any of it slide when it's bad behavior. Simple as that. But I definitely know there's things that are more important. But my thing is everything is important. It's definitely because you got to figure the things that offend us, we can't do anything about it. Only people can fix some of the things that we have the problems with is white people.
Yeah, but to me, I think it's a difference between something that hurts your cause. Hold on. I think there's a difference between something that hurts your cause versus something that hurts your feelings or something. I mean, calling us blacks, that doesn't hurt anybody. You just don't like the way it sounds.
Exactly. So what? Why do I have to accept it if it offends me? Well, my thing is like this though. I'm just saying that we have to remember this right here is that we have to fight on a lot of fronts, being liberals and Democrats, period. We have to fight on a lot of fronts.
Okay.
They don't have to fight on, they have an audience of one, which is Donald Trump. The only person that the politicians on the right, the only person they got to please is Donald Trump.
True.
And And the politicians on the right, they have. That's why they're scared to do anything, because when they protect one, they offend the other. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those kind of things. And don't get me wrong, Tim, I don't think it's gotten to the point now where black people, I don't know if you're down with the FBAs and all that stuff that's going on online, they started to separate each other.
That's always been that way.
Separate each other.
I mean, that's always been that way. Light-skinned blacks get treated better than dark. I mean, that's kind of, we've always been separated like that, really.
And you know the funny thing about it is the only people that seem to know that is people over 40.
Yeah, because brothers started making a comeback in the 90s or so. I mean, some of the folks like I'm trying to think of some of the guys. Some of the actors like the Idris Elba's not even American. I'm trying to think of some of the black guys, but just dark skin started making a comeback, or started not making a comeback, but it started being more acceptable, particularly with men.
Well, you know what pissing off a lot of, and just going on this actor thing, but Black American actors are pissed off because they're using so many British black actors to play American roles. You know what I'm saying? I know it's tedious.
Yeah, this stuff is so. I mean, look, I don't want us to start looking like, because we got some real problems. Racism has never went away in America. But you don't want to lose people who may sympathize with your cause by looking like you complain about every goddamn thing. This is where they say, well, you're always a victim. Complain about stuff that really affects you. That's what I say. Otherwise, you do look like a perpetual victim when you're complaining about every damn thing.
Tim, for TikTok information only, I deal with a lot of African Americans. I mean, true African American, from Guyana, from the Rwanda, from all the places over in Africa, and they now live here in the United States and have great jobs and are doing very successful. I do a lot of finances for them, and I'll tell you right now is that most of them don't love this country like you and I do.
Okay. It's not their homeland. That makes sense.
Right, and they don't bother to truly know the struggle of the African Americans that were here that made it easier for them.
That makes sense too. When I moved to Australia, I wasn't interested in really getting involved with the struggle of Aborigines, and they were treated really bad. I mean, I knew about it, but at one time I was going to,
And that's why it's hard for us to include them in our struggle, because they don't understand it. They don't bother to try. Now, I have went to some of their homes, and they do feel that, and they do understand the struggle, and those are the ones that I connect with. Because you got to figure, there are some people, just like with Harriet Tubman, what she said, there is some people that are in our culture that we just gonna have to leave behind.
Yeah, but what she was talking about was, things that really affected the culture. Not, I don't like what he calls me. That type of stuff. Right now, what we're talking about is I don't like what they call. Like I said, the Voting Rights Act, stuff that really affects you is something I can get behind totally. But I don't like the blacks. That doesn't affect me whatsoever.
Well, that's just you.
Does it really affect you?
Absolutely, it offends me because I know what it means.
Okay.
And the reason I know what it means, Tim, you got to figure. My girl of 22 years is white, and she tells me when stuff like that is being thrown around her when I'm not there. She has those conversations when I'm not there, and she tells me things like that. And I know my white friends, they tell me stuff like that, so I know what it means. And if you had something like that in your life that were personally in your life, which I bet you don't,
I'm listening.
That you probably would hear it too, and because they will let you.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I know whites that say stuff that is somewhat offensive, like you're talking about, and tell jokes like that I view are racist. But I also know a lot of black people that do it too. I mean, because I got groups of friends that are white. I got groups of friends that are black, and in both cases, I hear a lot of folks saying a lot of negative shit about whites. I hear people saying, in fact, the stuff I hear from the African-American community is probably worse because they're still trying to be a little bit light on what they say on the white side because I'm around. The stuff on the black side is worse.
But my thing is that what they say when you're not there is...
I can't control that.
No, but you got to know that. You got to know that because you do it too. When you don't say some of the things you say in front of white people that you would say in front of your black friends, everybody does that.
But see, that's what I'm saying. This is a fight that you're never look. I keep using the Voting Rights Act and civil rights. That's something that can be winnable. You're never going to stop people from offending you. That's something that's never going to go away.
But I am never going to have someone sitting in front of me and tell any ethnic joke or other race joke.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
And I'm going to say, hey man, that's just not cool, bro. We don't want them doing it to us. Why we gonna do it to them?
But we do, and you know we do.
I don't.
You don't.
I don't. I'm telling you, Tim, I don't. I mean, 21 years in the military, I had just as good of friends. I even had some friends that I know were racist before they came in the military. I mean, they got their rebel tattoos on them and all that stuff. You know, you see that, but they definitely. I don't think any of them wouldn't take a bullet.
Let me ask you something. If you're hanging around a bunch of blacks people and they're saying all kinds of negative stuff about whites, what do you tell them?
I tell them, I say, well, what's your evidence on that?
So if you're hanging in, if you're in a barbershop somewhere and they're saying all kinds of insulting stuff about white people, you actually jump in and start demanding evidence?
I go to the barbershop every 2 weeks religiously. The same guy cut my hair for over 30 years. And I'm telling you something, we do have those conversations. And not once. I'm going to tell you something. It's something that you just don't. I know people that don't like white people, but there are none that be telling white jokes.
Okay. So if you're in an all black environment and you hear a couple brothers or whatever said some negative shit about, you jump in and say, well, can you show me some evidence? You actually do that?
Absolutely. No, I would say, what's your evidence on that? What's your personal experience with that? Yes, I would do that. Tim, I'm 67 years old. I ain't got no problem confronting nobody. Young jit, no gangsters. I'm not hanging with gangsters. Half my family's are gangsters. So I have no problem with that. Because and most of people, now you got to figure, in my barbershop, they have 6 chairs in there. There's 6 barbers. One is white. You know who is the blackest barber in that barbershop? Is the one white guy. Ron is the blackest white guy I've ever met in my life. This dude has sprinkle waves in his hair, man. He's a white guy that.
Hold on one second. Let me just say something. Popel is in the comments saying some crazy shit. He says he can't even think of one white joke. Are you like that too? You can't think of one white joke?
I can't think of one.
They got small dicks. They can't dance. They don't season their food. Are you kidding me?
But I think black and Asian. I think black.
Are you kidding me?
I mean, it's just me. I think black and Asian jokes are funnier. I'm telling you now. I just think.
Oh, but hold on. You can't think of one white joke. They actually have a movie that's called White Men Can't Jump. I mean, they say all kinds of negative shit about white people all the time. Really?
That's not a joke to me. That's not a
it's
joke.
It's an insult. Louis, it's an insult.
It's true though. But it's true. It's true. I don't give a shit. It's true. They can't jump. Not like Michael Jordan.
Oh my God.
I mean, look at Larry Bird. Now, Larry Bird is an all-time great, but that motherfucker didn't slam the ball about 3 times his whole career. You know what I'm saying? So it's a true statement. It ain't nothing funny about that. That's
God. I'm just simply saying, the idea that you can't think of a white joke is insane. They put raisins in a potato salad. Like I said, they can't jump. They got small dicks. I mean, there's a ton of shit. They can't. There's a ton of white jokes floating around.
Those are not jokes. Those are.
They're insults.
They're observations.
You sound like MAGA making excuses for Trump. Observations are.
No, I'm not.
Observations.
I'm saying that. You know the raisins and potato salad thing actually happened. That's why people start saying that.
So you can take any negative of black people and attribute it to all of them because it actually happened. You got me defending white people with this crazy shit.
I'm telling you, Tim. Listen to what I'm saying. I think black jokes are funny. Black and Asian jokes are funny than white jokes. You make a joke about a white guy, it doesn't seem to be that funny to me.
I'm just going to say what I've been saying the whole life. if you do not like to get insulted, don't lob insults. It ain't up to you or me to picking and choosing what's funny and what's an observation. If you don't want to get insulted or you get criticized, don't do it. Because your opinion of what's fair game or what's okay may not be the next man's opinion. Just don't do it.
I'm just trying to tell you to protect your TikTok wife. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's your bread and butter, buddy. I'm telling you right now, that's your bread and butter, and you got to know your worth. And my thing is this right here. If she does make your show, you got a great show. But man, she takes it to a whole new level when she comes in there. I'm telling you now. And you're right. Sometimes you just gonna let her take her ass whooping.
Well, sometimes sometimes if you think the show is doing well, sometimes she get the whole show taken down. Like I said, if I didn't have a backup page, there would be lots of days I wouldn't be on air because she would have she gets the show taken down.
I know that, but I tell you what, I'm telling you something, Tim. That's the part I think you have to put in check. And I think sometimes you might have to mic her or mute her or shut her up or let her know that, but if she's directing it at you, they probably won't shut you down, but they're not going to let her insult the guest. You know what I'm saying? That's what you have to
Well, the point I'm making is the fact that she's insulting the guest and getting banned makes her not a really good person to criticize being insulted.
I'm not saying, I'm telling you, I don't care if she gets insulted. Sometimes she asks for it. I mean, it's just that simple. Sometimes she just asks for it. I'm just telling you that she expects you to protect her. And I'm not saying you should, but you shouldn't be.
I really like her as a guest, but I can't be walking around saying I'm for free speech and you can criticize anybody, including the host, and then I'm protecting her.
Well, my thing is this still, Tim. I don't think this is a free speech environment. When you free speech does not give you the right to insult someone.
Then she shouldn't be on the program. Then is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that you should let her know that if she's gonna do it,
then she wouldn't be the person you're claiming that she makes the show. If she didn't do that shit, she wouldn't be interested, probably.
No, I think she still will because Grandma is not stupid. Some of the stuff she be saying.
She would sound like Mike.
No, sometimes she has some facts, man, that's pretty damn on the money too. You got to admit that.
Okay, but if she was not, she is very interested and well liked by many people because of how she talked. If she changed herself, people's opinion on her would change.
I think her delivery is just her insulting delivery. If she still delivered with the same vigor and the same whatever without insulting people, she'd be a lot better off. Because she does slay all of them when she comes up with that $1,000, when she comes up with that Galaxy, and she gets on their case, she slays every one of them.
If she didn't slay it, I got to move it on, but I disagree with you. If she was not as boisterous and bombastic as she is, I don't think people would have the same love and adoration and hate for her. It's because she does that. Just like in Trump's case, the reason people love and hate him so much is because he does the same shit. It draws enemies and it draws friends.
Trump would I think Instagram would make Trump cry. I mean, he's insulting, but he ain't insulting like her. I mean, let's just be for real.
Well, he probably got people working for him that's doing it too. He ain't doing it on his own. He probably got a team of people working for him. Yeah. So it is what it is. Saying. All right, Lewis.
Anybody thinks Trump is up at 2 o'clock in the morning texting is crazy, and they think this man don't have AIDS that's doing all that stuff for him. You know what I'm saying?
I believe it's a combination of both.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of combination of both, but I think they know what he would say.
That is true. So I agree with that. Lewis, thank you. Appreciate you coming through. And to defend the notion that I think, I agree with my last caller that he has people that work for him that know what he was saying is because didn't he claim that the Obama monkey picture was sent out by an aide? I don't know if I truly believe it or not, but I do believe what my last caller said. He has folks that know the liberal tears provoking type of shit that he sends out that's going to be controversial, and they send it out on his behalf. I do believe that. I don't believe he's doing it all, but I mean, there are some days when he sends out 100 insults in the middle of the night. It's crazy. Anyway, moving on with the program. You're doing a great job. Tim says, big app. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Some of you folks can show your boy doing if you favorite a job we're doing by tapping the screen, getting the likes up to 125, and of course, helping out with the hat, mustache, and TikTok cap goes. Looking in the comments, can you call in on Substack? Yes. By the way, if you want to be a caller, we got 4 platforms for you. Same name across all of them, The Handsome Liberal, Instagram, TikTok, Substack, and Clapper. You can call in on any of those. Doesn't cost you anything to do it. If you got any of those apps, you can call in on them. Say it's under the. We're live on all of those right now: Instagram, TikTok, Substack, and Clapper, as well as YouTube. And for my YouTube viewers, smash that like button. It helps out the program. Happy Memorial Day for those that apply. You're a dumbass, says Lively Cruz. Can't win them all. Lively Cuts, I think it says. He would have Secret Service lock up Gangsta Grandma. He can't take that kind of heat. If she was getting a lot of viewers and followers, yeah, he would probably try to get her taken off the air. He would probably have them investigate her and see if there's any crimes she committed. And if she didn't commit any crimes, he would probably find a way to purchase whatever platform she was on and have her. He would try to get Gangsta Grandma taken down. Handsome Conservative, good evening.
Hey, listen, man. That last gentleman you were talking to, or the one before the last, that was Stick, wasn't it?
Honestly, I think it was. It was Stick. It was Stick. Yeah.
This is coming from a conservative. I just want to hop on here and I want to throw my hat in and say Stick is 100% white. Excuse me, 100% right.
Right. Correct.
You need
Okay.
Gangsta Grandma back. You got to.
Yeah, you said that before.
Well, listen to me. She is the premier show. Man, we all love you. You're an awesome show. It's great. I love supporting you.
Thank you.
But without Gangsta Grandma, you're just half the man you used to be.
But here's the problem, and I don't have any problem with Gangsta Grandma. I didn't take her off the show; she took herself off. But do you agree with her? If somebody says an insult about her, or she thinks they went too far, do you believe I should go after that person?
No, I'm not saying you should step off of your values. You keep your values, but you should go after her and bring her back because she's an important part.
But if I don't defend her in Bamaland, thank you for the hat and mustache, appreciate that. If I don't defend her, it's just going to happen again. She wants, because she's asked me to do it before when people quit. She wants me to defend her.
When I was a kid, okay, I would come home from school, and on the way home from school, there would be this evil little munchkin lady that would always yell at the kids getting off the bus, screaming and shouting, hooting and hollering and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we didn't feel loved or like we were close to home till we heard that beautiful sound, okay? We need Gangsta Grandma back. She may bring the evil, but it's from a place of love, okay? It's from a place of love, all right? Is she wrong? You didn't hear that from me, but we need her back nonetheless. And I'm not saying give up your values.
Well, like I said, if I maintain my values, which are my core value is free speech for all, it's only going to be a matter of time before we right back in the same predicament. Because she launches whole scale attacks at white people, and some of them are going to do what Gen X did. They're going to fire back.
You may not know this, but I happen to be a white person. I know I'm shocked, but listen, as a white person, I thought I was going to be hurt and insulted and all that shit. I haven't had more fun on your show than laying the hammer down on Gangsta Grandma. Oh, she gets me so riled up. I swear I love that woman. I cannot help it. You know what? For all her faults, if nothing else, she's funny as hell. All right, I don't mean to disrespect you, man.
You're good.
I support the fuck out of you on as many platforms as I can.
Thank you. By the way.
I mean, I had to shut down Clapper because my other phone was just dying. I just wanted to come up here and say, great show. You've had a great show today. And Democrat, Republican, we're all going to tell you the same thing. You need Gangsta Grandma.
I might have to do a poll on that.
For the the psych meds, man. I'll pitch in for the psych meds. You need Gangster Grandma.
All right, I'll take that and keep that noted. I'll actually do a poll and see what my viewers, if they agree with you. But like I said, if I don't defend her, which goes against the core principle of free speech, she's going to do it again because she's left before for the same reason.
Now, to the one thing I'm going to leave, because I can't leave without saying the one unpopular thing.
Okay.
You know, all this talk about race and what a new word is today,
Okay.
very confusing to me. I usually call people by their names. I know it's a wild thing to do, but it seems to me, I could leave that stuff in the hands of Stick. He understands it more than I do. But it seems to me that if you keep looking for a way to be offended, you're going to be offended. What happens when today's word isn't the word for tomorrow or the next day? If you keep playing victim, people are going to stop listening to you. Stop crying wolf if there's no wolf. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, because blacks is not, because the word he's talking about that's insulting now, blacks, was not the word from yesterday. So I guess it is a new word to some degree.
I am 54 years old. Do you know how many new words I have heard? I mean, come on, Tim.
Quite a few.
It's crazy. And I don't want to disrespect anybody because of the color of their skin. Your skin color has nothing to do with shit. I wish they'd take it off of the paperwork, but the Democrats like to keep people in boxes. Okay? That's
you couldn't be for you trying to tell me the Republicans are not keeping anybody in boxes, really?
I don't remember one Republican, and I could be wrong.
You are wrong.
Did I not say I could be wrong?
I just wanted to make sure you knew you are.
Republican coming out with a list of job applications saying, let's put them in boxes. Okay, if I'm wrong, then I apologize. Because I'm a man and I can do that. But it seems to me if we just called people by their name and not by the color of their skin, this stupid, retarded shit would be over with by now. I'm tired. I'm fucking tired of hearing today's problem. You know?
Well,
now show me some love and get me banned or something because I'm out of shit to say.
We'll leave it at that. I won't drag you out too long, but your word is we need to get Gangsta Grandma back. I'll make sure she knows that there are fans of her on the show. I'll make sure she knows, but
not let her know a white man is pulling for her, Tim. Don't do it. It'll make it harder on you. Oh, see, a violation. I am loved.
You asked that but you know the crazy thing is that just shows how easy it is to report people. You asked for that and somebody was able to do that. You ain't said nothing wrong whatsoever. You asked for that and somebody was able to make that happen. That's crazy that that's allowed.
Before I go, I want to say to the crowd, thank you for the love. Man, I love you guys too. And support your local liberal. I do.
Thank you. And it's always appreciated. Appreciate it. Handsome, conservative, everybody. Thank you. Talk to you later. Moving on with the program. It's crazy that you can do that. I tell you now, what is this? I tell you now we want gangster. What is this? Like we want easy? I got a poll going on rather on YouTube. Do we need Gangsta Grandma back? 9 people have voted. 44% of the 9 says yes. So some people are saying no. Some people are saying no. I'm fine. And I see Louis Miguel says we good without her. I'm okay with Gangsta Grandma coming back. I'm okay with what she says, but you got to be able to handle it when it comes your way. Me and Gangsta Grandma works because I don't throw the same stuff at her that she throws at me. If I was throwing that back at her, she probably would have a problem with me too. There's Chinatown, Koreatown. I don't know what that means. Looking in the comments though, or better yet, going back to the box. Tap the screen. I did want to hear from somebody that I don't think he's in here anymore because he's the reason why all this is happening. And that person is Gen X. Fuck around and find out. I don't know if he'll come up. I do want to. The show doesn't stop for one person, says Big Wills. And somebody in the comments says, can you update us on Duke? It ain't good on Duke. Gen X, good evening.
Come on, because I ain't dealing with this silly ass bullshit. This is fucking stupid. How many times? When did I ever, Tim, in the whole 3 years, when did I ever, even one time, talk out the side of my neck to Gangsta Grandma for no reason? When did I ever call her out her name? Even once. Every time I said something about her, she said, Gen X is racist and Nazi, you proud boy, that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and listen to that shit. And if people don't like it, they can fucking sit on a great big plunger and jump in the toilet. Fuck them.
Well, you know how women get. You called her the C word, Gen X.
Now, I called her a colored C word. You know, how long have I said that she's white? She's colored. She's white.
I don't think they didn't take it that way.
Well, again, they fucking put a condom in their ear and fuck what they heard.
What the fuck? Where do you get these crazy sayings from? Well, like I said, they believe, okay, the word colored, they don't think you were calling her colored because you think she is white. They believe you were using color in a derogatory sense.
No, I was, you know me better than that, bro.
Do I? You almost caught, I don't, you know you you almost caught, wait, hold on. You know you did correct yourself, but you almost called me the N-word once.
I corrected myself because I was going to say ninja.
Really?
But now ninja's a bad word too. We
Yes.
can't say ninja. We can't say blacks. We can't say colors. We can't say Negro. What the fuck's next? African American? Is that going to be the next A word? Because now we got the B word. We're like, get the fuck out of here. That's the most stupid shit I've ever fucking heard. They're not controlling my language. This is a ploy by a certain group of people to control the language of others. Well, we ain't got it for anything else. What else can we go ahead and say? Don't call us blacks. That's it. We don't like it. Let's control their language. And if you say blacks, then you're a racist. Motherfucker, I've been saying blacks for 50 years. I can't. Fuck. What is left? What do they want me to call them? And that sounds really fucked up, them. But
Yeah.
what would African American people like me to call them? Because if I start saying just African American, then they're going to say, well, that's racist too. Because we're not African, we're American. Well, we tried black Americans, but obviously you don't identify with that either. How do you win?
I mean,
It's stupid, brother. Stupid.
I gotta say, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I understand your plight. Is that and what I told my last guest, what I said is, there's just a lot more real racist issues to deal with in this stuff. Because at the end of the day, this really boils down to some people saying they're offended by some words. It doesn't, no matter what you call me, it doesn't hurt me, doesn't limit my income, it doesn't do anything to me. So I don't know. I mean, because that's really all it is folks are saying this and insult. I don't want you, to me, the N-word is one I can absolutely agree that shouldn't be said because it has a history of violence and oppression behind it. But some of these new words, like blacks, it really doesn't. So at that point, it really is just, I don't like what you're calling me that now.
Please stick up, yo. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna do this silly shit online. I'm not doing this, bro. I'm not doing it because this is fucking stupid to me.
Okay.
This is the dumbest thing I've had to fucking deal with.
All right. Well,
everything's racist. This thing. Yesterday he's talking about Hexeth, about unity versus diversity. Oh, he's letting his white show. I'm like, Stick, I love you to death, brother, but that's about it. Now you get racist out of that?
well, look, I gotta say, when you got a Secretary of War telling a crowd that diversity is not our strength, unity is, and we know how unified the military was during the Jim Crow era. I mean, there are some comparisons to be made, Gen X. I mean, why would you speak ill of diversity?
Because of the way he put it.
What were Hegseth's words? He said a general said that diversity is our greatest strength. And
Right.
that's the stupidest thing he's ever heard. Unity is our military's greatest strength. Back when I was growing up, all my buddies that were in the military they were all green. They were black, they weren't white, they weren't brown, they weren't Asian, they were green.
They were green during the Jim. They were green during the Jim Crow era. Gen X. They've always been green, but the military was very racist. Some say they're still racist, but they absolutely were during the Jim Crow era, and they still were all green.
Unity. I agree with that. Unity is their best asset. I agree with that.
I'm gonna pull a Charlie Kirk and put it in context. I think what makes Hegseth's words so particularly egregious is not just what he said, but what they actually are doing. They are getting rid of a lot of people of color out of the military. Obviously, transgender, which I'm sure you favor, but they can't even be in the military at all. And they've been on record as saying women, which you agree with as well too, should have certain roles. So it ain't just him saying that; he's actually doing it. He's showing you that diverse environments are going to be targeted by him.
How many people I'm not talking about the trans and the gays and the women. I agree with that. Get them the hell out. Go home. Get in the refrigerator.
Why can't women serve in the military?
They can serve in the military under a defined role. Work in the kitchen, do laundry, make the beds, clean the boots, do something good, do something helpful. As far as you coming with me up a hill and I get blown up, I got to expect your 130-pound body to carry my 240-pound body back down that hill? No, that's not it. It doesn't work.
You think every man in the military can carry your 200-pound body? There's men that can't do it.
I think I definitely agree with you that not everyone can, but I would go further and say I think a lot more can than women can.
Hold on a second. Hang on one second.
Than women, I'll bet you a lot more men can carry me down a hill.
Okay, hold on one second. Now, Stick, I did see your Galaxy. You're right. You sent it. You're next. He's already indicated he's not going to talk to you. So he's just going to drop. That's the reason why you haven't been brought up. He made that clear. He's not going to talk to you. But I'll bring you up next to let you rebut this. But he's already indicated he's not going to even talk to you. So it makes no sense to bring you up because he's going to drop.
Here's my problem, Tim. Stick is very passionate, and I get that. And the last thing I want is him going sideways on me because we had this conversation about energy because I'm just going to go sideways right back on him. And I don't want to do that. I kind of like Stick. And I don't think this is going anywhere because he's going to try to explain to me and convince me that blacks is racist, and you can't do that. I will not say that. That's stupid. That's dumb. Everything is not about race. I'm sorry. But some things are. I'll give you that. Everything is not about race. And it seems that that's what it always gets turned into.
Well,
and I don't want to fight with him about it. My point is, I'm doing it out of respect for him, for myself, and for our relationship.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want to start screaming with Stick because that's just.
Well, I can't argue with the fact that you at least you did admit you have a decent rapport with him. Otherwise, you just don't want to go back and forth on this subject. So I'll bring him up right after you to make sure folks get to hear him because he did pay to be heard. Somebody in the comments says, "Why are you a Proud Boy?" Then I gotta throw that at you. Somebody wants to know that.
What does any of this have to do with me being a Proud Boy?
Apparently, they got some kind of preconceived notion of what a Proud Boy is.
And that preconceived notion would be?
That I can't answer.
That we're supposed to engage in foolish conversations that are going nowhere and yell and scream and look like idiots? No, that's not what we do. In fact, we are, well, there's a lot of shit I can't say, but there's a reason we don't attack Antifa first.
Let me ask you something. Okay, let me ask you a question that's off of what we were talking about a minute ago. That is Proud Boy related. Do you believe folks who beat up cops on camera should receive some kind of payout from Trump?
Yeah, for January 6th, absolutely.
The ones that are actually on video beating cops, they should get paid.
there's only a handful of them.
Should that handful get paid?
The ones that are that's a good point. I don't know. I'm on the fence on.
Why would you be on the fence about some shit like that?
Hold on. I'm going to say no. If you committed a felony assault against a peace officer, then no, you should not be compensated for that. But the guys that didn't do any of that shit and sat their asses in jail for over 2 years with no due process, yeah, they should get a piece of the pie.
I don't know if you realize it, Gen X, but most people who go to jail for major felonies sit their ass in jail for a few years. That's what happens. While your lawyer's working out the case, if you don't have no bail, a lot of people get found not guilty or charges dropped or acquitted, and they spend years in jail before it happens. That's the system we have. That ain't something unique to them guys. A lot of guys get that. That happens to a lot of people.
That's actually not how it works, Tim. I've been in the system, and I know you got. It's different in different states. Like in New York, it's a speedy trial is 90 days. Preliminary in 30, arraignment in 60, speedy trial in 90, or you can waive your speedy trial. Those are the guys that go 2-3 years. These guys never even got an arraignment.
Well,
they just sat there in limbo.
Most people waive their speedy trial because it's in your best interest when you're trying to present a defense to allow witnesses to sometimes forget things. People disappear. It's in your best interest not to rush things, which is why most people do waive it. So I don't know. Like I said, this happens to a lot of people. What happened to them? But you do agree people who are on video beating cops should not get. What about people who bear sprayed the cops?
If you assault, say it again. If you assaulted a police officer during a protest, you are now making it into a riot. No, you should not be compensated.
What about the folks who climbed on the roof and took down the flag and put up the MAGA flag?
Yeah, they didn't hurt nobody. They didn't hurt nobody. I'm sorry.
So no punishment.
What kind of punishment would they get for that, realistically?
I mean, if I went to the public school down the street from me and took the flag down and put another flag up, and they caught me, I would get arrested and I would get some kind of punishment. I could probably spend a weekend in jail at least for doing that. I would be punished for that.
A weekend in jail, exactly.
You said no punishment at all.
They sat in jail.
But they got pardoned and they're getting paid for it.
Well, they should get paid.
So no punishment then.
Their punishment was sitting in jail. I'm sorry. That's still 2 years out of their lives.
So if so what do you think should have happened? They got you climb on top of the Capitol building and you take down a flag, which by the way is still in somebody's property. Do you think anything at all should happen to them?
What needed to happen to them did. They went to jail and they fucking sat there. They should have done, like you said, a weekend in jail, maybe 2. All right, let's say for shits and giggles, a month. 2 years? Come on, man, that's unjust.
But under Gen X, we're talking about climbing on top of a building that is containing all the House and Senate, a heavily secure building. I use an example of a school down the street. You know, all of these secure people that you can't just climb on that building. That's like me breaking into Mar-a-Lago versus breaking into my neighbor's house. It's going to be a different treatment. It's probably going to be significantly more harsh for breaking in Mar-a-Lago than the country club down the street. I mean, you know that already.
It's taking down a flag and replacing it with it. I don't care if you got your happy ass on the SpaceX and flew to the moon and pulled down the flag and put the handsome liberal flag up there. All right, yeah, you should get some consequences. Not 2 years in jail.
Okay, we can argue the 2 years, but you do agree that desecration of property or theft or breaking windows is not the same depending on the dwelling you do it to. Breaking the windows at City Hall, for instance, is not going to be treated the same as you breaking the garage windows of your neighbor's house. They're going to treat it differently. You do agree with that, right?
Yeah, because they put different. They say public or private property would be a garage. Government property would probably be a courthouse or.
I mean, even if you break I'll tell you something. Even if you break the mayor's garage windows, of his personal house. They're going to treat you worse than you breaking the windows of your neighbor's house. It's just the person that you're victimizing means more to the public. They're going to treat you differently.
Doesn't make it right.
No, but that's our system, and that's our system, and our system's always been that way. That's not something unique to the J6 people. It's always been that way. You do something like that, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and that doesn't make it right.
So,
doesn't make it right. To answer your question, getting back to your original point, no, people that took that protest and turned it into a riot by being violent against Capitol Police or any other law enforcement, no, they should not. Because even with 2 years in jail, that's still a little excessive, I think, because there was no serious bodily injury. But it's almost par for the course. You shouldn't get compensated for that. I agree with you there.
How do you feel if he does compensate people that committed some serious violence on camera like that? Shitted in Nancy Pelosi's office, stole stuff from her office? I mean, how do you feel if he does compensate folks that have done that?
Well, obviously, I'm going to say it was wrong. Does that mean I'm going to turn my back on Trump, on conservative, and come skip it over to the liberal with rainbow-colored hair and a fucking rainbow flag tucked in my ass? No, fuck no, dude.
Okay.
I'm just going to say that shit was fucked up, and, well, it is what it is. I don't like it. I don't like what Trump's doing now with fucking Israel. I fucking hate it.
You don't have to go if you hold Trump accountable. That doesn't mean you become a blue-haired liberal, as you're indicating. You know, you can vote for nobody, or you can go with other conservatives. That don't mean you have to go liberal. I mean, there are other, like, you guys had 9 other fucking choices. You had Ron DeSantis and Chris Christie and Nikki Haley and all of them. You didn't have to go liberal. You could have picked somebody that is a little bit more sensible.
What's the main word you just used there? Had other choices.
You still do.
No. If I'd have known, and I'll say this, if I'd have known this shit was going to turn out like this, with the whole Israel thing, I wouldn't have voted for Trump.
Wow.
There ain't no fucking way I would have voted for Trump. And again, I ain't turning my back on him. I got my bet. I'm hoping that he turns it around. But I wouldn't have. I'm that much against this whole Israel thing. Now he's close to a deal, real close to a deal. Even Iran's saying it, and Israel and the UAE are fucking bitching about it, saying they're going to bomb Iran to stop the deal. That's just, man, he fucked up. He fucked up dealing with these fucking Israelis, and I hope he sees it.
No, because I don't think it fucking up or doing well was part of the plan. This is where you're going to disagree with me, but for me, Trump's presidency was one big fucking heist. His goal was to get in there and get paid. And if Netanyahu helped aid him in that goal, that was it. I don't think the man has came out and said it several times. I don't care about you. I don't care about your finances. I don't care about you. I'm not a Christian. Like, how many times he got to come out and tell you don't give a fuck about you? He's seen this as one big heist. The only people in America that are really making money are people at his level and him in the White House. He's getting all these lavish items and shit, and people are still complaining they can barely afford to buy a box of cereal. And he's talking about, yeah, but I still need a ballroom. I still need the pool painted. I mean, this is insensitive. You talk about an insensitive word. The shit he is doing is very insensitive. People are struggling, and he's still going out and spending millions on shit that is unnecessary. That's what I'm talking about. It was just a heist.
Like I said, I hope it don't get worse. And again, if I'd have known then what I know now, it'd have been a bit different. I might not. I definitely wouldn't vote left. I would never vote for Democrat ever in my fucking life. But I definitely wouldn't have gave my vote to Trump.
Fair enough. All right, well, I got to bring up your rebuttal now. So, Gen X, thank you for coming through. I'm glad you answered. Appreciate it.
Let me give you this real quick. I'm about to be all kinds of bitch-made motherfuckers and a coward, and this is a coward move you won't come at. I already see. I already know where this is going to go. So, stick, have at it, man. I'm going to go make us all the sandwich and enjoy this one.
All right. Gen X it is. Appreciate it. Gen X, everybody. Tap the screen. Happy boy with the hat and mustache. Give me up. I'm going to hold you guys accountable. I need to get 145,000 likes before I bring this shit up. So tap the screen. It's pretty close goal. Tap the screen. If you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. By the way, in regards to the Do We Need Gangsta Grandma Back, 40 votes so far. 57% says yes. 57% of the voters says we do need gangster grandma back. Wow. Gangster. I'm about to go find her. Thank you, Matt Lee, for your support. Is that coming out of Australia, Matt Lee? You used to live over there. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything else in the comments here. Dencal says over 100 cops were injured. Yeah, I was going to say that if he rewards people who beat up cops and did stuff, he going to reward a lot of people that should not get rewarded. Because there are a lot of people that did bad shit on camera. So a lot of folks are smearing stuff and and stealing. There's a guy that's got his feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk, ripping her off, taking things out of her office. There's a whole lot of them that should not. I mean, they're literally on video doing bad shit. Anyhow, the one and only Stick, the ruler, smearing shit on the wall, says me too. Stick, the floor is yours.
So, number one, I see, I'm not like Gen X. I'm not finna be in the comments with the bull that happened with him and Gangsta Grandma, right? I'm not finna do that. I'm not finna be that dude. So I'm not finna get up here and say he was bitch made and all that. That's not even me. So I don't even know why he even said that, first of all, Gen X. Secondly, this ain't nothing that I ain't gonna say that I haven't told you in your inbox. That was some bullshit. And see, again, Tim, you just showed me you prefer MAGA because I paid. This is your live. I paid. I did what everybody said. Stick, you should go ahead and pay, and then you'll be able to get up faster, right? Because
that ain't what it's for. Somebody gave you bad information. That ain't what the Galaxy is. The Galaxy is not to bring you up quicker. The Galaxy is to give you the Galaxy is to bring you up with the guest. So somebody tells you some wrong information.
No, what I'm saying is I know that part too. But what I'm saying is if you pay to debate, you're supposed to debate.
But if the person is going to drop, you're not going to have the debate, Stick.
Did he pay you to come up?
No, but that's not the rule. The Galaxy is not to drop people. Otherwise, if what you're saying.
No, you weren't gonna drop him. He was gonna drop his.
Right. So I wanted. Hold on. I wanted the guest to hear a full conversation from him, so you would have plenty to rebut. I don't want to just have him drop after 2 or 3 minutes and then you come up. That's what you're suggesting.
No, okay, yeah. Well, the whole thing of it is you should do what you always do when you got people that will do that bullshit that he just did, which is drop. There's no sense of me paying my money and then I don't get to come up and debate. Right? So with that being said, I think I deserve some compensation.
You got brought up 3 times. That's why you got brought up. That's what you're up for. But I can't make a guest stay on, Stick. There's nothing I can do about that. If a guest says they're not going to talk to you, there's nothing I can do. Straight Talk used to be somebody who's like that. Some MAGA don't like to be challenged. You know how Trump is. Nothing I can do about that.
And so with that being said, I'm glad that you just said that. Because as much as Gen X don't like to be compared to Straight Talk, he did some bitch-ass Straight Talk shit. That was some, because me and him talk all the time in my DM, even though we don't agree on ideology and even racial shit. We still talk like men. That was some bitch shit. It was some bitch shit like Straight Talk. Because you couldn't stand with another man and talk to another man. Like, that's some bitch shit, Gen X. I am going to say that.
He said it's low. He's in the comments saying that's very low.
And that's not low because me and you have talked. You just told Tim me and you talked. And you said you cool with me. So if you cool with me, then you cool with me. If you ain't, then you ain't. That's the thing. I'm not a faucet that you turn off and on. I am who I am. I'm going to be who I be. Gangsta Grandma's that. So if you're going to be on some bitch shit, then be on some bitch shit, but just don't make it about when I spend my money, I expect to be able to debate you and talk to you like a man. We didn't have to be loud. We didn't have to argue because we don't be arguing in the comments in our DMs. We just, you show me something, I show you something. I don't agree with it, you don't agree with it. But we're never arguing. So that was just that you're wrong.
How do you respond? How do you respond to what he said though? He said he's always said he thinks she's a white woman, and when he said colored, that's what he meant.
Man, I don't believe that bullshit. That's some bullshit. And like I said, that was some bitch shit. That was some bull bitch shit. Like that's what he did. He said the shit in the comments like a bitch to gangsta grandma, right? Had you read the shit out, got you and gangsta grandma going through it because she believes you taking up for the white T-man, which you did.
How am I taking up for the white man?
Look, Gen X. It should be just like this. Gen X. This man paid $14 or whatever it fucking was to come up because he paid a fucking galaxy. Now, my rule on my show is if somebody paid for a fucking galaxy, they get to come up and they get to debate you. So if you're gonna be on that bitch shit, then just don't come back. Nobody will pay to come up and debate you because you don't want to talk man to man. You want some whole shit. Yeah, now I'm saying it. You want some whole shit. That's some whole shit. You soft. Period.
I've never heard.
You can tell all these women go make you a sandwich and all that shit, but then a man come up who served in the military just want to talk. You can't talk. You can't hold your tongue. You can't be a fucking man and talk. You soft. That's some soft ass shit.
How do you? Somebody in the comments spell SAWFT.
Exactly. Soft. You gotta stress the F in the fucking T. That's some soft ass shit.
Oh my God.
But the whole point I'm trying to make though, Tim, is on some real shit. He just sat up here and was about to say that these January 6ers, these Proud Boys, which I know that's what it's about, because some of them are Proud Boys, he want to take they back. But then logic kicks in. Damn, you're absolutely right. I don't believe that people shouldn't be assaulting police officers. So no, they should do their fucking time. But then at the same time, you still got the damn TDS because you still backing Trump. You telling everybody that he's fucking up, that it's no good, you wouldn't have voted for him, but you still got his fucking back. Make it make sense.
Well, he did say that if it was a do-over, he would never have voted for Trump.
But you still got his back. Okay, so if you wouldn't have voted for him, that means right now, not only you don't want to vote for him because you know what it is, but you should not fucking be having his back. That's dumb. That don't make no sense. So we got people like him, MAGA Reacts, the ones with the real TDS. They come up with all of these bullshits where I just want to show you another. What did MAGA Reacts tell us the other day? I just want to give you another narrative. What? There is no other narrative. He did this. This is the reaction. He fucked up. Now we got to move the fuck forward and get his bitch ass up out of there some type of way. Whether it's from a Big Mac, whether it's from one of these crazy ass left or right people, whoever's doing it. I don't give a fuck who's doing it. One of them's doing it. Somebody's doing it. It could be an independent for all I know. I really don't give a damn.
I don't think they all think that. I don't think they all believe that Trump is fucking up. Real quick before we continue, Dencal says Iran deal is done. We booming them right. We bombing them right. Are we really? We began hitting Iran again. Says great deal maker Trump to the rescue. He said he's indicating that we've started bombing Iran again. I haven't seen that on the news. Go ahead, Stick.
Well, the whole thing with that is again, y'all backing something that like it's like if we're the dollar, they've taken us off the gold standard. Barack Obama was the gold standard. Motherfucking at this point, Joe Biden was the fucking gold standard.
Damn.
But Trump, he ain't got nothing backing nothing. He is a fiat currency. He is trash right now. I don't give a damn how much you like him. I don't give a damn how many times you voted for him. You voted for shit. Because that's what we got. Shit. You can be white, black, Asian, it doesn't matter. You're not winning. You're losing the fucking battle from Trump to now. This is the most idiotic fucking president we've ever had. And you said it up here. You said that you wouldn't vote for him if you knew what you knew now. You said that you're regretting your vote, but then at the same time, you still want to back this dumb motherfucker. It makes no sense. Like, either pick a side and stay on that motherfucker.
I think that I think
it be like you're cool and you're not.
in effort to explain some of it, I think the issue is that Trump is doing things they don't like. Like Gen X doesn't like what he's doing in regards to Israel. However, Trump has done some things that they probably don't, that they really like, by the way, that they don't feel any other Republican candidate would have given them. Like his stance on LGBTQ, his really stiff, strict standard on the border. You probably only would have got that from Trump. So they like some of the stuff he's done that is probably only would have came from him. But they're admitting they don't like some of the things he's doing now with the war.
When you word stuff like that, it makes it sound like he's doing something. He's fucking.
In their eyes, he is.
When it comes to the border, he's cruelty. So anybody that likes cruelty, I hope and I pray your ass get a little bit of that fucking cruelty. I hope you end up like those two people in Minnesota, but on the bad end. Not everybody saying how good of a person you were. I just hope you get it how you get it. I really don't care at this point, because when you hide behind racism and bullshit, you get the bullshit. So now how I'm looking at it is you either left or right, up or down. A lot of y'all to the right and down. Y'all deserve to go to hell, right? If you like the shit that Trump is doing at this current moment to you and every other United States citizen, you deserve to go to hell. If you like what Trump is doing to them Iranian people, which he don't have shit to do with, right? He's not the president. He's not a dictator, right? That's what they say. He's not none of that shit. So he don't have any right to be over there dictating who their Shah is going to be, who their leader is going to be.
I'm going to be honest with you. While I agree we don't have any right to do that, I'm going to tell you that's the American way. We've been in countries telling them what to do, and we didn't have any right to be there probably since you and I were kids. Since World War II, that's all we've done is went to other countries and told them how they should act.
So again, Tim, just like I told you, you got to start somewhere. It amazes me that I'm telling you as a black man. Look,
Why I gotta go ahead?
No, I'm not talking. Listen, when I say I'm amazed, I'm talking about how me and you can be having a conversation about the word blacks. The handsome conservative can come up here and tell you, well, what words we gonna not be able to use? Jeanette, same thing. Well, what words can we not be able to use? Motherfucker, if I tell you it offends me, you don't see me around this bitch calling y'all crackers all damn day.
I gotta push back, Stick. I gotta push back.
But I'm not gangster grandma. I don't go around offending people. I don't go around doing any of that, right? I always talk to people with a fucking a little bit of dignity, and I try to be respectful, right? But when you keep on making excuses to why you can't be fucking correct in how you speak, that is a fucking problem to me. If I'm a person telling you, check this, homie, that shit racist. I ain't talking about no homophobic ass shit, don't care.
Can I ask you a question? How is the word blacks racist? What is that based? We know the word, the N-word, Negro, this stuff is based on, hold on, hang on, you're running away with it. We know those words are based on actual history or racist shit. Tell me how blacks has become racist. What is that based on?
Listen, Tim. When I sent you that, and I'm surprised. Hold on. No. This one? No, this one? Yes. All right, save. So, give me the big screen, Tim. I told you this on your live. No, you should not refer to people as blacks. You should use black people or use African American. Using the term blacks as a noun can sound impersonal, reductive, and carries a history that many people find offensive. If I'm telling you that, and I'm showing you the goddamn proof,
I don't know if that's what you're showing me. I don't know if that. I'm trying to respond to you. The proof based on who the fuck wrote that? How do I know that could have came from you?
Oh my God!
I gotta ask.
Do you see National Institute right there?
National Institute of what?
Oh my
Am I asking you something that's wrong? I want a source.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem.
I can't ask for a source.
I hear you. I'm your source.
You seem to.
I'm telling you.
So I.
Listen, I'm black. Listen, Tim. I'm black. I'm telling you, the other black folks that I live around, that I know, if you come in Florida and you say that black shit, you might get your ass served up.
I'm telling you.
This is just more proof that is on the fucking internet that you can go Google your goddamn self as a black man and find out.
You realize how much shit is on the internet that people find offensive that somebody else may regularly say? I don't know. I asked you for a source. I don't think that's that. You act like you. Hold on. Oh no, let me finish. I've never seen somebody that is so taken back by me just simply asking you for a source. You act like I crossed the line by asking you for a source.
I'm gonna say it again, Tim. You got all these goddamn maggots that come up here and say this stupid ass, ignorant ass shit. You never asked for a fucking source.
Bullshit.
The first time I ever seen you ask for a source was through MAGA Reacts, and he asked for the fucking shit. You didn't even ask for a source. He said, "Give me the big screen," and you gave it to him. And he stood up here and showed us how stupid he was by showing us how cheap gas could be, but because Trump stopped the shit. Anyway, long story short, before I showed you this, I told you out of my mouth that it was offensive.
And I'm asking you,
what's so hard about understanding?
What's hard is you're talking. You have your own opinion. You don't want to listen to any questions. You should just accept what I'm saying. Don't question. What I'm asking you is why? What made this become offensive? What is it based on? Why do they think it's offensive?
It's based on racism and bigotry and goddamn prejudice and any other fucking negative shit that white folks have been throwing on us for years. Blacks with an S is fucking racist.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck about what Handsome Conservative says, because Handsome Conservative ain't black. He ain't me. I'm telling you, as a black man, and I'm telling you, as everybody around here that lives in my neighborhood, right? We don't like that shit. It's offensive. It's just like using the N-word. You have somebody come over here and tell you the same shit, and we don't even live in the same damn state.
You really see.
You can either listen to the community, or you can listen to MAGA.
I don't think the whole community. I don't even think the whole community is saying that.
That's why we say you be motherfucking fluffing, Tim. That shit right there. I'm showing
I
you.
gotta ask.
I'm telling you. It's not just anecdotal, right? I'm giving you, here's your source, biggest date, and it's another one down here, right? Another one down here, right? +3.
Reddit?
My whole thing.
Reddit is a source? Reddit?
So listen, the whole thing of it is, Tim, you can either listen or not listen, right? Earlier, you said blacks, and then you try to correct it and said people, right? And I put in the comment, you tried, right? It was starting to register. But for some reason, it's as soon as MAGA comes up, as soon as one of them damn Gen X's or somebody like that come up, now you revert back to saying the same shit over and over and over again. And again, I could give a fuck about what the other side thinks because they're not us.
I'm not asking what the other side thinks.
Us, so they're not offended. We're offended. I don't give a fuck about what they talk about. They offended because we have black kids and we taking over. They offended. They offended that our black women are the most educated. They're fucking offended. So at this time, fuck them, right? Moving forward, stop using the fucking word blacks. It's offensive.
All right. We'll leave it at that. I do got to move it on. I hear you. I got to move it on. Stick, thank you. And by the way, listen, let me say what I was trying to get at. He's very passionate, so I let him get it. Obviously, he's in the Galaxy as well. He wanted to debate with Gen X, but he ended up, I suppose, schooling me. But here's my take, and that I keep bringing up. The N-word is in conjunction to lynchings and all sorts of awful shit. So is Negroes. Because folks in the comments like, well, why don't you understand this? Because I don't see the context of it. I don't see the context of a whole bunch of history of people being treated horrible while that word was used. That's why when I was a kid, I don't remember that word being comparable to the N-word that he's saying. As far as I'm concerned, that word has developed this negative connotation sometime during my life. I don't remember that word being chastised like that when I was a kid. So what I was trying to ask him, which is why source came up, is what has made that word get labeled like that? What is it based on? Are the people being mistreated by it? What is it actually connected to? And I wanted to hear that from him. And his response was, you should just believe me because I'm black and the community is saying it. Okay, but I do want to know what is making it so insulting. Like in the comments, some Arlita is saying they all mean the same thing. Well, then why weren't they using it when they were lynching people? How did it all of a sudden get the same? Because I want to tell you right at the back, I do not agree that blacks and the N-word are equivalent to each other. I don't see that. I can understand it may be insulting to some folks, but there's no way I'm gonna put blacks and the N-word in the same category as being equal. I see the actual history tied to the N-word. I don't see it to that level anywhere from blacks. Like I said, I don't remember hearing that as a kid being used or being viewed that way. It developed somehow, some way during our lifetimes. And during our lifetime, we were not treated the same way people were during the N-word history. It's I don't get it. I'm lost on that. And I appreciate him trying to explain it to me. Like I said, I wish he would have been willing to accept some of the questions I was asked, but he's stuck on that belief it's insulting. Why the hell won't you just accept that? That ain't how we run the show. We do question stuff. And there are people come on the show and say, why the hell won't you understand what Trump is doing is great for America? No, I want questions. Why the hell won't you understand they were trying to develop a nuclear bomb? No, I want sources. I want proof. We don't run a show like that. We just take hell, I made it clear to you, my Christianity is at odds because I don't just accept shit. I don't just have blind faith in something. If you don't like to be questioned, this is a bad place to be. Because we are going to ask questions when you say something. It's not just take my word as it is, it is. No, what is it based on? And I'm serious. Show me some Klan pictures of them using the word, or show me somebody, like I said, some real mistreatment like there is with the N-word. Because it had to develop based on something. It came from somewhere. Now, I see in the comments people saying there are people who are complaining. I agree with that. But where did it come from? Did they just start complaining for no? What did it develop from? Is wrong to ask that? Just go with it. Don't question it. Just go with it. Okay, I can understand it's insulting to some people. There's a lot of things that are insulting to people, which is kind of what Gen X and conservative were talking about, which is, if we accept this, tomorrow you're going to say something else is insulting. A lot of black people are not going to agree with that. Black people, whatever. A lot of them are not going to agree with me saying it, but that is true. Eventually it may spawn off to be, because look, if you believe that black people have migrated from the N-word and using code words like blacks as the same thing, and then you make it clear you're insulted by that and that word is racist, what are they going to do? They're going to go with another word. They are going to migrate to something else. So it will get to the point where eventually anything you say that's in reference to this group of people, they're saying it's insulting, because people are going to migrate and find another word. Once it becomes demonized like the N-word, the true racists are going to find another way to categorize you. And that word will be, they're taking words right out the fucking dictionary. So I don't know what to do with that. These are words that come in right out the dictionary. In the comments, Kayla says, Tim, you are perpetuating racism. I don't know how. I haven't said anything negative about black people at all in this. So how am I perpetuating? I haven't said anything hateful towards black. How am I we're talking about a fucking word. How is this perpetuating racism? Unless you don't know what racism is, how is this perpetuating? We're debating if a word is being said to mean something else or whatever. How is that perpetuating racism? Anyway, looking in the comments here, I guess the hat, mustache, all that other stuff is bullshit. Now, maybe we went too long with this. Maybe it's time to chill. Blacks instead of black people is dehumanizing. Says Diamond. He says blacks instead of black people is dehuman. Is whites instead of white people dehumanizing? Because I've never heard them say that. You don't have good credit like the whites. I mean, I've heard people say the term whites. I've never heard them say it's dehumanizing though. So, I mean, I don't know. As a native, I'm offended when you call yourself an American. Whoa, Ed G. Oh, shit. You threw a curveball in there. You really threw I mean, look, and that's where the problem is. Everybody can be insulted by a lot of different things. I mean, that's kind of how that goes. I don't know. Anyway, this doesn't line up with you just accepting stuff. People, Tim, you just admitted that it is an insult to blacks, so you know exactly. No, I'm wondering why. That's all I'm saying. I get that he's insulted by it, but it appears that he's insulted that I'm questioning why it's insulting. How did this word become, sometimes you like to know the origin of words. How did blacks all of a sudden become a racist term? Because like I said, as a Gen Xer, it was not considered racist when I was a child. So what made it go that way now? Something had to happen. Did you hear the blacks? Somebody said, did you not hear Trump say, yeah, but I also heard Trump say, I like my African Americans. Is that now insulting too? He used that word. I mean, I need to know what caused it to be an insulting word. Did somebody get lynched? Did a bunch of people drag some folks out and beat the hell out of them? Something had to make it go that way because it was not that way when I was a child. And I see in the comments, Body Snatcher says because white people substituted the word from the N-word. And then, so once again, if blacks becomes viewed like the N-word, what do you think is going to happen next? They're going to substitute another word. That's just going to happen. Once it becomes unpopular and you're getting canceled and losing your job for calling them blacks, they're going to come up with another word. I'm trying to figure this shit out. It shouldn't be this damn complicated. I get that the man is insulted, but asking questions about the derivative of it shouldn't have caused this much of a first one, girl. But I'll move it on. I'll leave it as is. Some shows are like this. You can't win them all. We do have an amalgamated, a diverse audience across all the political spectrums. We got whites, blacks, we got browns, we got people, Native Americans, we got everybody in here. So it is what it is. Now, I'm going to use this one here coming from James Haney's, whatever it said. Now, here is his statement. I guess this is where it's being used, I suppose, as a racist term. The blacks don't know how to act. Me using it in a sentence. Like I said, I want to know where it derived from. I don't know what's happening, but I find this show entertaining, says Cowboy. Sometimes it's like that. And by the way, in the comments, I'm your average Joe, says Tim, read your comments. I got 5 screens looking at me. Comments are flying all over the damn place on every screen. You want your comment read? Put it in the super chat. Super chat, I don't care if it's 99 cents. It changes my screen color. I read 100% of super chats. Otherwise, your comment is just white lettering on a black background, and it's blending in with hundreds of other comments. Native American Ninja, everyone's favorite action film. Is that really a film? Pick and Grin, Native American Ninja 4. I've never heard of that. Is that really an action of a movie? He's talking about black violence against white people. What about it? I'll read a few comments before we do what we got to do. Accepting white supremacy, white superiority has caused us to try to prove who we are. I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%, which is why I often state I don't understand why the black community, once they got freedom, still continue to be Christians. You know this religion was pushed on you by people that didn't give a shit about you. I don't, and books are missing. Something I found out on the program. You're not even getting the full grip of it. I don't understand why they kept it. I mean, so I agree with that. Well, I didn't see how it's offensive till you just called me. We got the Browns. And by the way, somebody said the Browns now. I don't know. You say it started in Africa, Poba, but that's not what they were taught here. And by the way, it started in parts of Africa that are not from where the slave trade took place off the western coast of Africa. I think that stuff started in Ethiopia somewhere. So it's the same continent, but it's not the same shit. But they brought them over here, and the Christianity they forced upon them was incomplete and was based on white supremacy. Once you get freedom, not to mention even Jesus was a white, blue-eyed man. Once you gain freedom, you should have left that. That's just my opinion. You should have left that, or at the very least found the correct shit to read. The book is incomplete. All of that stuff. I mean, come on now. There's no way to make that make sense. What platform do you read? You need to. The platform was TikTok. Black Wards on Clapper. Anyhow, top right where it shows the number of people clicked there. What are you talking about? Bombing Iran to distract yourself, to stop playing victim all the time. I did not know he was bombing it. I'm watching News Nation right now. They're not talking about that. They're not talking about it. Anyhow, folks, I appreciate the 155,000. There was a time you guys would show your boy some love. That time is past, apparently, from this conversation. So I will wrap it up. I'll see you folks tomorrow. Hopefully you have a wonderful remainder of the holiday. And Tim Cedric got a galaxy for you. I didn't see that. Did he send one, or are you talking about this in the future? I do want to give him his just due if he did, but I don't. Yeah, that didn't happen. Okay. Anyway, by the way, it's all over YouTube since tomorrow. Oh, so they're posting it, but our country is not. It's not on the news. So they've been hidden, huh? Wow. I haven't heard that because, like I said, I got on News Nation and they haven't said nothing about the bombing has commenced in Iran. But I do believe it because our news is kind of in the tank for Trump right now, especially News Nation and what do you call it? Fox News. I gotta go. I'll catch you guys later. You take care. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Interesting conversation tonight. Thank you.